Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? Am I the only one? Am I the only one?
4 weeks to go until the birth matter. I hope you've got the bag packed and ready to go at any moment. But seriously, thanks for all the content and fun times these past 8 months. Here's to many more. Clinking beer mugs, 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 clinking beer mugs.
Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain?
4 months down, 5 more for the inevitable Twitch baby.
Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it, right now I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot, turning it on and off, we've been sliding, riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last, fueling every engine. living, we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I'll be fighting to make you believe. With my heart like the ground, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we are the only remaining Hungarian side in Europe, as sad as that sounds to say, so the entire fate of Hungary rests on our shoulders in the Champions League quarterfinals against Chelsea. In other news, it is FM Christmas. Will we find the next big regen? Will that Serbian guy turn out to be the best regen of all time? Find out with all that coming up today and more on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest and with Anson.
Good morning all, hopefully.
Rush at the end there, had to be done. Oh, good lord. Portal Truth, thank you very much for the 5 months in there as well. That was, where's my buttons gone? I've lost all my buttons. All is good, all is good. You need to, oh my god, I'm all over the place here, chat. Saz as well with the tier 2 at 16 months. Oh, thank you, friend, that's very kind. And Husby as well with the 19 months, and we're straight on a hype train. Things you love to see, friends. Thank you very much, man, that's very kind of you. Also, I'm out of breath. Pretty damn good, lads. Right, we scroll back a little bit as well, because Bill's fan, of course, with the 8 months, and Microcrystallographical with the 4 months. Thank you very much, friends. It's very kind of you. Art wearing polo. What? My hair's doing that weird thing again. There we go. I always put my headphones on like this, and it just ends up with this giant bit on the top. Oh, dear. Octane as well with the Prime. Thank you very much, Octane. That is extremely kind of you, my friend. I hope you guys are well this morning. That intro went pretty well. Honestly, do you know what it was? I actually planned out what I was going to say in advance. Imagine, it's almost like planning makes things easier and you don't just try to wing it and go, hey, other Hungarian sides, how about them? Lord Richard, thank you very much for the 100 bits as well. Oh, lost all the buttons. I really did lose all the buttons. That would not be ideal. You're right. That is correct. Bubble as well with the 31 months. You'll love to see it. Thank you, Mum. I appreciate that. And Dean with the 33 months. You'll have to see it. Oh. And what the hell's going on here? Springtime with the Prime as well. Okay.
Intro and choo-choo to the hyper train. Happy Sundat.
Thank you, Fred. That's an Ard as well with the 11 months. This is insane. Thank you, friends. It's all just level 3 hype train purely on resubs. That's incredible. Thank you very much. Oh, you're in Tromsø? No way. Are you there to support an away team? I take it then. Oh, my lord. James Miller as well with the 15 months. Thank you, James. Oh.
Currently in Tromsø to watch the game today. Snowing really hard, so I hope it won't be called off.
I assume that means you're supporting an away team. That's a hell of an away trip. Oh. Anything special? Not really, Barry, no.
This far into the save, I still expect to hear on Building a Nation with Treaty United just ingrained in my head. Happy 15 months.
Thank you, Fred. Sometimes I still nearly say Tromsø. That's how bad it's been. And Mike Vanshai, or Van Shiel? I'm guessing Van Shiel, probably. Thank you very much for the 5 months as well. We're on level 4 hype train just off resubs. Fair one, chat. Thank you very much, friends. Okay, now I can relax a little bit and finish my pissy drink. So, bear will. Never mind. Oh, my lord. Bengal Costa with the 5 gifted now. What the hell? To Josh, Delboy, son of Castolo, OG Toby, Somranga? Or Somoranga? Probably just some ranger, isn't it? Thank you very much, though. And Interpol. Holy crap. I don't know what to say, other than thank you. What a blessed start to a Sunday morning. Things you'll have to see. Right, now I can finish my pissy drink. Ooh. Oh, that's really good. I was some ranger. Makes more sense, doesn't it? Oh, and it's BTCC today. Yes, and I'm going to miss the first race, I suspect, but oh well, you know?
I'm back from my mental health break, part 26.7. Only bloody BTCC back today. Rock on.
Things you love to see, Hazy. I hope you're okay, man. I was wondering. We hadn't heard from you for a little while, and that, you know, I always worry, but I also don't want to make it too obvious because it's kind of like maybe they just stopped watching, Matt. That's a factor as well, right? Bente as well with the 15 months on top of that too. We're on a level 5 hype train. That's incredible. Thank you, chat. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome in, everybody. So, what's the drink? It's basically just a glass of water with, not that one, with a Active Max Immune Health, vitamin C effervescent tablets. It just makes drink taste really nice and you get a lot of extra vitamin C out of it, most of which you piss away, let's be honest, but it does taste nice. And I'm sure a little tiny bit gets in there somewhere. Yeah, Interpol finally caught up with me. Right, let's move that drink away. Own brand Barocca. Yeah, pretty much. It's Aldi Barocca. Way cheaper than Barocca. And deliciousness. Tory Tango? No. I don't have any of that on me. That's expensive shit, man. It's like £2 a can. What do you think, I am made of money? That would be, I believe, that was, hang on, 1 second. That was Bengal Costa, some Ranger. Aldi's brilliant, mate. Seriously, they're so good. I love Aldi so much. There happens to be an Aldi literally like 100 yards up the road from our local Tesco's. So we get like Aldi, but then just kind of get a couple of bits from Tesco's here and there, and it's great. I love that you see those price comparisons. It's like if Tesco's is like £100, that same sort of equivalent in Aldi's like 72 quid, which is like an insane drop down, isn't it? Oh, it's great. Need an internet break. Hey, that's fine. Always got a headache before I could type. That's really weird. As in just looking at the screen. Because I've actually been through a spell like that at 1.2. This was a long time ago. And I don't know what fixed it for. I'm probably doing the exact same thing, obviously, just getting away. 25 on the park run. Hell yes. That's congratulations, man. I finally, like before I went away to the wedding last week on the Friday morning, I did a PB attempt. When I say PB, I mean like, I try to look at them as like segments. So my current PB being like, since I came back to running my fastest 5K, which admittedly was like 31:24, but it's still 10 minutes faster than it was 2 months ago. So, you know, I hope that I can hit all my proper PBs before I turn 34. That's my hope anyway. It's going to take me a while on that one. Pan Pellegrino. I'd be all over Pan Pellegrino. For all I know, they do. Like, I haven't thought that much about it, to be honest. Peanut butter attempt. That sounds like something you'd see on a dodgy website, I'll be honest with you. Oh, dear. No, I mean, no one ever does, do they, really? I feel like a lot of people's Twitch names, you kind of just make it once when you're like 14, probably, and then you're just kind of stuck with it. I mean, how many of you have had your Twitch name for, I would say, over 5 years and regret it tremendously, but it's just become part of it now, so it'd be weird if you changed it. I imagine that, like, obviously I'm not, because it's just the name I have for, like, business stuff, but if not, I guarantee I would have had some stupid name. Like, Captain Awesome, but with X's on either side or some stupid shit like that. Stone Dominoes. That's mad. 13 years ago, the Premier League. I imagine a lot of that was just bombing through the lower divisions, right? Because I imagine that stuff is fairly easy. Because as we all know, in the lower division leagues, if you get a solid tactic, you fight. Yeah, XX second yellow card. The sort of name that you'd come up against in like, well, like COD, I suppose. Not that I've ever really played COD. Big PV 694 or Tank Goblin 69, everyone's favourite. Chronic. Yeah, I bet actually, because that's a very sort of 7-8 years ago, although 25 years ago as well, but like it's the sort of name that you'd see on like Xbox Live. Again, not that I've ever owned an Xbox, but everyone just says that instead of like, no one says PS Plus, do they? Oh, it's the sort of name you see on PS Plus. It's just not in the cultural zeitgeist. Used to make sense. To be fair, it should be Chronic 420 surely, bud, right? XXFM Master 69XX. There you go. Now we're talking. To be fair, Football Manager Legend 1984, it does what it says on the tin. I'm presuming you're a Football Manager Legend and you're born in 1984. Or you just really like Orwell. One or the other, right? Not all footballers are created equal. Yeah, no, FM isn't designed to cope at those lower levels. And that's fine, right? You're trying to just get through it, I would say, at that point. Thank you for that insane hype train, by the way. Level 5, that's ridiculous. Should we play some Football Manager? Honestly, I think we need Zeitgeist an English word. Well, I think it's a loan word from German, right? If I had to guess. It sounds very German, but I assume it's just a word that is part of the English language, in that it is like in the English dictionary, but it is a German word, or certainly has its etymologies in German, I would write. Amiri Todd in the end. Who is that? Jimmy, is that the Tunisian guy? Or is this a while ago? I'm going to need you to catch me up on that one. Other day card when Charlie Eccleshare referenced them. Well, actually, yes! Yes! I'm so glad you mentioned that, Millennium. That was on Thursday's episode, wasn't it? I was just about to go for a run, and he said the Well Actually Brigade, and I was like, yes! Vindication! Head of Youth. Oh, yes, we did. Sorry, my bad. For some reason, I thought you were talking about the Tunisian guy we were looking at for a while, which we also did sign, as it happens. Right, I'll quickly show you the Stoke City thing before. But yes, we did get Todd in the end. Todd is our new Hoyd. Yeah, Alaku's the hot prospect. I've put him on the dev list because I feel like he's not going to quite... Now that we've got Tex-Mex, the legend... By the way, if you missed Thursday's stream, there's been a redemption arc. Probably one of the greatest redemption arcs I think we've seen throughout this entire save, to be honest. Noranius, thank you for the follow. So I don't think Stoke have added any to them. Tony Pulis, they've no legends. Unless it was a guy called Nunn. Or is it Nonne? Maybe he's Brazilian, right? Just Charlie watch the streams. I think it's a common thing, but I usually... But right, that is a very me thing to say, the Well Actually Brigade. It's like I used to refer to the... there was people in the YouTube comments that would be the hindsight police. They would be like, well, if you'd have done this, 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 and this, it's like, yes, it's almost like you have the benefit of seeing exactly what happened. No shit, mate. Like... Yeah, maybe it's Madueke, true. Ain't gonna be Brazilian. I think you're ignoring Brazilian Stoke legend. Desperately tries to think of a Brazilian Stoke player. Anyone help? Rolls Royce Brigade. Emmett is not... He hasn't got a new job. My hope is with Emmett, right, that... Oh, imagine if he did have a new job. He doesn't have a new job. My hope is that we can eventually convince him to come back to the club as a coach or something. Because truth be told, right, he would be a really solid coach. Just a general coach. And you know what? Having him around the club would be lovely. Kerala Blasters. I knew this was coming. So basically, Dean got gifted... You're going to like this chat, actually. Dean got gifted by... Was it a mate from work, you say? Just randomly got given a Kerala Blasters shirt. Which, I must admit, it's just... For a start, I actually, for some reason, thought they were Indonesian, not Indian. So that's... I'm glad I didn't mention that in chat. But they've also got a guy called Dipu Gomes. And it's actually a really, really nice shirt. I've got to be honest, it is a lovely looking shirt. It does kind of look exactly like this, just with the right badges on it. So shout out to Kerala. How did he get a Kerala Blasters shirt, I suppose, is my next question, which I didn't for some reason ask yesterday. But yeah, Tex-Mex is our new hero. He works so well. Really one of the jobs we changed his name to Todd. So that's true. Maybe it just is him. The game of his life. That was just a one-off meme. It was back in the day when I would do like long-term Let's Plays. Prior to, back in like the Wimbledon Midtjylland days, basically. You'd get like a group of people on every single video would just be like, well, here's a list of the things you did wrong here. And it's like, yeah, of course you know that now because you've seen the result of the match. It's like, it doesn't take a genius to work out that if you've crashed your car into a tree, avoiding the tree would have been the correct course of action. But believe it or not, when you're hurtling towards a tree, sometimes there's other thoughts in your head. That's the way I like to think about it. Did he really? I know David Dames played for he played in Iceland for a while as well, didn't he? FX Hardy, bit expensive. It's true. It's a strong thought, I would say. Future merchants. Love it. Right, so that concludes our little tour of India and Stoke. That fine connection. What was I actually going to look at? I'm going to scroll up chat. I'm going back. I'm going through it all. Zeitgeist, no. Tex-Mex. Ah, yes, Tex-Mex. That's what we were going to take a look at, wasn't it? Tex-Mex. So, his record is actually filth. Honestly. Going through my head. Well, to be fair, what I meant is that if you're hurtling towards a tree and say it's like black ice or whatever, what are you going to do about it? Like, you can't steer away from it. You just have to be like, oh, a tree. It's basically George of the Jungle at that point, right, isn't it? It's full on watch out for that tree. You know what's going to happen, and there you go. But yeah, so Tex-Mex, over 20 appearances, playing as a right/left-sided player, he managed to grab 2 assists. And honestly, those look like they were a bit lucky anyway. We then moved him to AMC for the next 6 matches, and he's combined for 7 goals and 3 assists over that period, including a hat-trick in the Champions League. So, man has clearly found his calling as a number 10. You'll notice that his progression graph, too, seems to have taken a somewhat upward trajectory. And we made the right move. We've redeemed his career, basically. He's got his Brazil cap. He's looking phenomenal. It's good. You love to see. I like my vocab. Sometimes I'm verbose, but I just like it. It's nice to say fun, long words occasionally, especially when you can use them in context. Occasionally. Story behind Tex-Mex. I genuinely don't know. it was more of a chat thing. Chat kept calling him Tex-Mex when he started scoring, and so we just decided that by the end of the stream he was now Tex-Mex, basically. I don't think there's anything more to it than that. So when it was in stream on Thursday, remind me, it was just a random thing someone said in chat, wasn't it? Nobber! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's always good to have a Nobber around. Another Nobber around, I should say. So yeah, plan today is, obviously we're in Europe. We've got Chelsea in the knockouts, but we have already beaten Chelsea this season. So that's something, right? The reason I've stopped here instead of on the Chelsea game is because, of course, we're one day before FM Christmas. Next personality. I don't believe it is. Yeah, it's because he's Teixeira. And you're right, it might be because he replaced Hurley. Honestly, I feel like that would be a really intelligent way of naming him, but I don't think that's the case. I think it might just be that his surname is Teixeira, and chat thought that was fun to call him Tex-Mex. I really do think that it might have been as simple as that. I think we've assigned far too much intelligence to it. We're retconning him a backstory, and I'm totally here for it. Let's pretend that that's the reason that it's as intelligent as that, but I'm fairly certain it's just that his surname was Teixeira. Just... What you've done, Springtime, there is massively overestimate the intelligence of myself and Chato. He loves a taco. What can I say? I mean, he might do. So, what can I say? I guess it was definitely because of his surname, wasn't it? Yeah. Now, we signed Edvaldo last stream as well. He's not going to join us yet. And we're still on the lookout for that Serbian dude, who we do at least have under our radar now, because it's Milovanovic. Today, I have a horrible feeling that he's going to be a huge letdown after all of this. Great determination, which means he might have a good personality in there. That there's enough in here that makes me think that there could be an awesome player, but I just don't know yet, basically. Room temp, yeah! You got triple digits, but just about. All of the paprika. That sounds delicious, to be fair, Damien. I do love me some paprika. Paprika, for me, makes almost everything better. I mean, I wouldn't put it on toast. He says, debating whether or not he'd put it on. Do you know what? In the right circumstances, I can be persuaded, to be honest. Oh. Yeah, Magyar. We really do need to win the Magyar Cup. There is no, debating it. We have to win the cup this year. Particularly as it doesn't help us to not win it. Liam with the 6 months.
Time flies when you're having fun. Smile. Keep up the fab work, Matt.
Thank you, Liam. That's very kind of you, friend. Fajitas come out. Oh, mate. Seriously, fajitas is... That reminds me. Pog, I need to make some fajitas this week. That's definitely going to be happening. So, you know Kishvarda are dog shit. I guess is the best, the positive way of describing it. Tim Lum as well with the 6 months.
He's done well there.
He has done well there. I have. Pog is just Pog, innit? She's just the best. SI Insiders. This is the... Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so... New stage 3 for the Europa League. So is this basically the thing that keeps happening now when you try to implement those same advanced rules that you were able to put in the original game? Because if you could kind of get me like a dossier of how this works, I can try to get it in front of the right people. Obviously Mike, I can send it to Mike, but I can try to get it to someone like Neil Brock too. Maybe. Just because I feel like this sort of stuff is quite important. For me, anyway. Puto Barbas, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. That's very kind of you. Is that a naughty word in Spanish? Well, no, that's puta, isn't it? I think. My apologies, Chato. It's like happened. It was dreadful. So much so that we fired Emmett. It was awful. One of the worst youth intakes we've ever had. What have I accidentally said, chat? Don't curse in the low language. God damn it. What have I done? Yeah, so I figured out why Kishvarda is shit. Because remember, Henning Berg left the club, didn't he, to become the manager of Northern Ireland. Because reasons. And as a result, they replaced him with Milos Milojevic, who is a very good manager. He was actually the Crvena Zvezda manager for 11 years. But he's not done well. He's not done well there. To give you an idea, when you look at the managers that they've had in the past, right, 44% was Imre Savic, who, he was fine, but I did get them relegated, right? Henning Berg comes in, 48% win ratio, promoted them, did get relegated as well, admittedly, with him in charge, but over his 4 years at the club, they also got into Europe, reached a cup final, all that good shit. 29% win ratio. That's part of the problem. Man's been in charge for the last 3 months and has absolutely killed Kishvarda. They've only won 5 games since he's been in charge. So that's the reason that they've been so horrendous this season. Although what I would say is he's not been in charge the entire year, so they were clearly struggling prior to that too. But I suspect that it's not been all hubbly-bubbly. Where's the pass position so we can see? I mean, You can see that they've kind of been on a steady decline, really, since about... Yeah. It wasn't going great under Henning Berg. It might be that he does play a system that players don't like. That is also a good point. Let's have a little look at him, actually, while we're at it. Danny! 31 months. Holy shit, Danny. Thank you, friend. Hope you're well on this fine Sundat. Muller Voyage. So he plays a 4-2-3-1. See if Henningberg played any different. So Henningberg was more of a 4-4-2 man. And you could see that that would be missing DMs, AMs, higher wingers. So yeah, it's a very different system. That is a lot of changes that need to be made. So their attacking midfielders are gone. DM's gone. And remember, they've got people like Merler and that. So... Oh, wait, no, hang on. What we're talking about? If anything, that's Henningberg. So it's the other way round in a way. Let's see what they've got on loan. I'm curious now. So they've got Tulberg, who's a centre-back, isn't he? He's a sort of DM. So actually, he could play there. Churier is a goalkeeper. Hardy's obviously a striker. Silvera, I think, is a centre-back. So this shouldn't be an issue for them. They've got Bapti Berger, who I can't believe actually plays for them, but he does. They've got Prainho, who has actually been solid for them this season. Not seeing a huge issue. Striker as well in Bohatch. And then obviously they've got Zoltan too. If anything, some of these guys should fit in their new system more. I don't know exactly what's broken, Octane. Hadrian would have to explain that, but it's something to do with the latest update to the game, basically. I don't know what it was. One like Pos in the UCL? That'd be good. I know Henningberg has done a lot of wrong here, because if he... Why does he want to go manage Northern Ireland? Surely he'd get better money managing Kishvarda, right? But there you go. Right, I suppose now would be a very good time to get your predictions in for next gen. I reckon Bosnian Shombor Haladash. I reckon it's going to be Harris. That's my genuine prediction. I reckon Haris Zivkovic is the man. One of these days it is going to be Mexico Monterrey again. And you're all going to feel silly because it's all going to be divided amongst you. Estonia Lech Poznan. I would love that so much if it was an Estonian Lech Poznan. Livingston Welsh. Brave. A lot of you go in Mexico, but that might just be for the memes. Red Star Serbia. Do you know the reason I don't think that could be that guy is because I don't think he's played enough and it relies on football. 50 million pound 18-year-olds. Okay. I don't know why I'm pressing this as if it's not going to be... It might come through straight away, actually. Hungary Kishvarda? What, you think it could be Mihail? Oh, Zoltan, maybe even. Daza! With that 26 months. You'd love to see it, friend. Oh, it's a long one.
After 26 months, I nearly didn't reset this month after finding out you back big oil and hate Italy. So I'm giving you this one last chance to change your ways. Lol, keep up the good work, mate.
I've got that big Shell Oil company sign under my shop. That's why I'm wearing orange today. As if that's not in their colours, it's yellow, isn't it? That's thank you very much for the 25 months. Okay, is it coming up in here somewhere? Haladash. Here we go. Best wonder kids in football. I still think it's going to be Harris. Hello, Pogs. And there she is, chat. Being all wonderful. Pixie drink is just, it's true. I'm drinking pure gasoline. I was going to say something about Pogger and I completely forgot what it is. Other than that she's brilliant. Nope, it's gone. It's totally gone. Okay. Boom. I will accept cash or credit. Pre-recorded. Come on. Oh, that's amazing. Is Bosnian. Also, yes, we have a lot. Come on. Get this shit on head. It's not time for that right now. I'm sure she's busy. Oh, dear. That is glorious. Two of the top. Oh, forgot. Yeah. And fucking pretzels in there as well. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 15 of the top 50 wonder kids in world football. The Czech Haaland. Ooh. Which presumably... No way that's Bohatch. Oh my shit. It's got to be Bohatch. There's no... I don't know who else it could be. Okay, we're going to have fun looking at that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think it has to be Bohatch. That's extremely exciting. Okay, so we're starting... the reason I thought it was going to be Živkovic is because he's one of our highest rated young players and he's got so many appearances over the last 2 seasons. I felt that there was a strong chance that it was going to be Živkovic because of that. So it wasn't like a complete guess. It was more of an educated estimate based on what I'd seen. I was expecting him to be quite high up, and I can't believe I actually got that right. That's the second time in this save I've actually predicted it correctly. Admittedly, that one's less impressive than the one where I got Spain, Valencia, because that was actually, yeah. Okay, right, let's go through some of these. What song is this? This song is... it's called Downbeat Beatdown. I'll put it in chat for you. There you go. That's the Spotify link. It's just, like Harris had a stream beat stuff. The older whore. Could be. Liverpool not as far game later. Do you know what? I reckon Liverpool might take a lead, but then Forest will peg them back with a Nico Williams goal. I know. Old club and everything. And then he'll be forced to celebrate like a puppet by Gibbs White. And then Liverpool go back in front again. Crazy scenes. I know. It's almost like I watched the game yesterday. I know. Look at me watching a game that wasn't Fulham. But I did also watch the Fulham game. It was nice to watch Fulham win. Just for once. Oh. Leeds were... Melier is a bit... I don't know if you've got any Leeds fans in chat. I assume we do. There's always a couple about. Melier is a bit flappy, isn't he? I feel like every time Leeds passed the ball to Melier, that he was going to give the ball directly to a Fulham press. I felt uncomfortable for them, basically. Who was pecking in a very well? That is the question. Banana Clip, thank you for the follow. I mean, yeah, it's... French kept... Wasn't he, like, super highly rated at one point, too? Like, it feels like he's just become very, very underperforming. It's... Anyway, so I suppose, but at one point I think he was actually really good, wasn't he? His shot stopping ability was actually... Maybe that was just people overrating it, I don't know, but he is... The thing for me is that when he's got the ball at his feet, I'm concerned every time he gets the ball at his feet. He seems to take too long to make a decision a lot of the time, and it looked like we were going to nick the ball off of him pretty much every time he got it. You're right, the defense didn't really help, but I still think that, like the one with Pereira's goal, like what is he doing? Actually for both goals, because he sort of pushes the ball to Pereira for the second goal, and he touches it to Harry Wilson for the first one. Now I know he's got to try and get something on it, but almost he'd be better off leaving it. It feels like he interferes sometimes when he's like Junior Portia in this save. That's quite literally, he's like Melier. Oh, that's very true. They put him in odd positions sometimes. I agree. It was not a comfortable watch, to be honest. Right, so Živkovic. I don't think it's a surprise why he's on this list. He is one of those players that's just been developing so fast out on loan, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up coming back to us at some point because he's just phenomenal. See how much he's got in the tank. Like, he's got loads of pros as well, which is just exciting. Yeah, Harris was a punt. 800 grand we paid for Harris. What a signing he turned out to be. Front right before he got there. True, and I think he had to obviously make a... But, like, you're a goalkeeper, that's your job, and he missed the ball. Or say he missed the ball, but, like... Harry Wilson's been good lately. Bear in mind, Harry Wilson's just taken such a long time to get back into fitness because he had that horrible injury. And it feels like the last couple of games, he's finally started to look a bit more like Wilson. What I would say is yesterday, he actually wasn't that good. He did score the goal, and it was a brilliant finish, but there were so many opportunities where I felt like he waited too long to play the final pass. There was one where he should have played in Pereira, and he just tried to outside of the foot the ball instead of just playing it sensibly. So he didn't actually have the best game yesterday, but he still looked good, and he scored a goal, so I can't complain, can I really? Oh my god, De Gea and Maguire. To think that United were 2-0 up and cruising in that first leg, and now they've lost the tie 5-2 is actually kind of mental, isn't it? So Jardim is a bit good. Husseini, how is he so high up on this? Actually, now that I look at it, he is very good. Very good. Well, Tyler Adams, I think, he gives Leeds that kind of metal in the midfield. He almost reminds me a bit of Pellegrini. I don't think he's as good as Pellegrini, but he gives Leeds a bit of shithousery that I think they kind of needed in games like that. I really like Tyler Adams as a player. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not even like, for me, I'm not. It's obviously it's funny in a way, the whole Arsenal bottle thing, but at the same time, I'm also just so now Man City win another title. Wow, guess I'm really excited about that. It's just, you know, I'd much rather they just didn't. And to be fair, if they win and won at the Etihad, it could all change. I don't think they... Actually, part of me thinks they might win at the Etihad and then still lose the title somehow. That's just how my brain works. Oh, dear. Hey, Ragnar. How's it going, man? I think that Next Gen also highly prioritizes playing time massively. You'll notice that most of these players that are in the Next Gen are playing regularly, and that's part of the reason they get selected. And that kind of makes sense. Hence why Živkovic is on here, because he's actually whacked up 47 appearances in 2 seasons now. Towards it with a 36 months. That's 3 years, Mikey. You'd love to see it.
It was a giant leap for Lampkind. but now he's CK. Shaun the Sheep has returned to Britain after taking part in the NASA's epic mission to the moon last year.
Are you okay? I know your car got stolen, but also, have you decided on what car you're getting now since it got stolen? Get a Phaeton. Or that, no. So, get that Buddhist hearse that you found. I would insist upon it, please. Thank you very much. It's one of the best cars I've ever seen. Kaiser, thank you for the follow. Jardine might be the next big signing. Nah. Not worth it. £23 million. He's not better than half the strikers we've got at the club already. And it... Why would I spend... He's not Belgian enough for me, honestly. It's a real headline from BBC. Is he really? No shit. I guess they are sort of a wonder kids. So, with Pretzel, I think we do need to try and sign him, but obviously we can't just yet. So we're going to come back in for Pretzel in the summer, hopefully. Which is cool. There's Ilunga, another expensive Belgian. Love to see. Thankfully, he plays... Oh, God, he is quite good, isn't he? 13k. He's already on 13 grand a week. That's enough as I need not to sign. Zoltan, by the way. Didn't even notice that. Zoltan, number 5 on the next gen. Oh, yeah, by the way, he has caps for Hungary now. He also has a goal for the Hungarian national team. He's got a goal for Hungary before he scored for us or Kisvárda. Yeah, he scored on his debut for the Hungarian national team, which is outrageous. Placing... That's true, yeah. It's just what we do a lot of the time, though.
Emo and Chateau, did Emmett survive?
No.
Great content, hope all is well with people.
Thank you, friend. That's very kind. And no, he didn't. Emmett has left the building, sadly. Yeah, Zoltan does look a little bit upset to be there, doesn't he? Like... But I'm glad he's number 6 on the next gen, which is really, really cool. I'm hoping that extra games item loan is really going to help him too. Jacob, thank you for the follow. No longer a mercenary. Yeah, I'm hoping eventually we can convince him to be, like, fairly professional or something like that. What's his determination like? 16? That bodes well. We just need to get some of the other stuff up there. Yamin's on here as well. I hope you like Yamin too, because he's fantastic. Mihail, too, also has now 2 caps for Hungary. Not surprised. He's brilliant. And obviously, right, okay. So this is allegedly the Czech Haaland. How competitive is the league at the moment? Not very. But it could be a lot worse if we hadn't changed the loan rules beforehand, believe me. So this is Andre Bohats. Oh, Fickle Pickle. If he could sort that composure out a little bit. He's only just got out on loan to Kisvárda, to be fair. I think. Yeah, he was one of the January loans. Holland could play DM, apparently. Ooh, what's my voice doing? Yeah, he is only 6 foot tall, but he does have 11 jumping reach. Strength is a little bit low. He is only 18, in fairness. Christ, we paid a lot of money for him. No, it means it could be Alf, yeah. Well, Roy Keane's going to appear out of nowhere. Also, it wasn't. It was 7 million technically, but yeah, 9 heading. I don't know. I don't know why they've kind of gone with that, basically. Does it say... Let's just see, actually. Hang on. Doesn't... Wait. Doesn't it normally say in here? It's not him. It's another dude. Okay. Watch it not be one of our players. And we get to find the next guy. Right, okay, now I'm really curious. The next Eusebio, presumably, is Jardine. Even though... Because Eusebio was from Mozambique, right? But technically, I think he played for Portugal, so right. I assume that has to be him. Okay, this is interesting now. Can he do a great Yorkshire accent? They actually do different names. Oh, really? Let's see if we find another Czech dude. Because I would have thought that if it was one of the descriptors, it would have been a guy that's towards the top of the list, presumably, right? So Montoya, who are you? Oh, he's on there for Sevilla. Nice that they're doing that. So there's also Andres at PSG. Oh, shit. 800 grand from Villarreal. How is he in here when he's barely played at all? I think he's got any single senior appearance. There's also... Oh, that's, yeah, Alex Lau. Yeah, Jardine is fantastic. Nando, I do wish that Kekschmet would play him as a fucking striker. But at the very least, considering like he's not even got good dribbling for a wide man or great crossing, I feel like he'd be much more suited. Look, he's got 2 and 3 when he's played as a striker for them. We've got 15 players in it this year, which is insane. Suto, what is that national? Is that Cape Verde? Oh, you love to see. He's way too expensive, but he's Cape Verdean. The Schmidt, Cowling. Luke Cowling. Another guy from... Oh, he's actually a German at the Turkish side. Born in Samsun, but there you go. No, it's just got not good dribbling for a wide man. There's... Oh, a Brazilian. Hang on, he already has a cap. Isael giddy. And I'm giddy just looking at him. Holy God. Physicals aren't superb. But Isael giddy is... My giddy aunt indeed. Oh. You'd love to see it. He's very good. We'll have to get an eye on him. Ooh. Bartolome... Hang on. Bartolome Makoviak. At odds. Hey, Vauxhall. I'm good, man. How are you? How's the new job? Oh, you can't have a name like that and not be Polish second nationality. Yeah, there you go. There's no way that you can't. Bartolome. No. Bartolome? It's always that those words always get me. The state of Israel. Just looking out for any more Czech dudes. I think it has to be him. It's just, yeah. Demora Antwerp. Online from PSG. Boring. Ooh, Harjuk Split. Alyosha Teshia. I like him. Fully qualified. No, that's awesome. That is really awesome. I love what I'm seeing out of him. Probably more DM than anything else, though, right? Yeah, he seems... 2 caps for Croatia already. Yanchev's on here. To be fair, he does have 2 caps for Bulgaria. I can sort of understand that. Saga? Jurgen Sorga? Actually, I'll tell you what, the tent poles on Jurgen Sorga. Exciting. Like that. What a saga that's going to be. Manuel? Antonio Manuel? Oh, he's very fucking good. Okay, there's some good stuff in here. Valenzuela? Nice. Periano. Oh, Mexico Monterrey chat. There you go. You were right all along. You'll have to see it. YouTube videos about building a nation, or is it just a stream thing? When you say about building a nation, like I do a recap every single season on the main channel, yes. And there's obviously the video about how to build a nation as well. Yeah, he seems to lack the potential ceiling. But yeah, I do every single time we do a transfer stream, the same morning I put out like a 20-minute recap video on the main channel as well that goes through like what's happened over the previous season and kind of catches things up. That's a shame. There's Nindl. I think we looked at Philip Nindl before. His name rings a slight bell. Yeah, Harris 1. We got 15 on the list. Oh, a Finn. Viti Lernström, who's at Milan, annoyingly. That's so irritating. I scout FC Honka every year as part of their youth intake thing, which makes me think that maybe he just doesn't have the highest potential ceiling or something, because I feel like we would have noticed him before. Either that we just got lucky. Yeety. Yeety Lundstrom.
Damn. Finally,
Benny.
I can watch a live stream again. I have really missed this.
How are you, friend? How's life treating you? Oh, dear. The goose team. Don't remember to get the goose top out again. Yeah, the caps for Finland's definitely helped. None of them are panache, that's true. Right. Oh, that's Debra. Wait, hang on. It's actually one of our players. That's Sebastian Geider. It's the guy we signed from Brugge. No, not Brugge. Oh, it was Brugge, just the other one. Salcedo is... Yeah, America tax. Oh, hang on. He's not one of ours. Yes, he is. Chat, we have too many players. I quite literally keep forgetting. You're one of ours too. I literally keep forgetting they're ours. Hey, Owen, how's it going, man? Kurilic is one of ours. Because I remember him getting an international cap. He's looking really good. Like, ignoring this for a second, he's developing wonderfully. Traore. Yeah, not for us. Yeah, Keenan. Interesting first name for a Croatian, right? But born in Rijeka. Where's Kel? Keenan and Kel Kurilic. Oh, another guy from the roundabout Bruggers. Wanted by Inter. Okay, you're worth a scout. I don't know if I want to splash out loads more money on a roundabout. Hang on, wait, there's a Czech dude. Chat, this could be him. If this guy's a striker, Pavel... You know what? I'm guessing this is not the next Haaland. Pavel Slonchik. How did I not see him? Have I maybe not got a team report on Olomouc? Maybe not. Huh. Fair enough. Okay. Hey, he was 5'1". Oh, wait, the other guy. Oh, jumping reach 1 to 3. You know what? The fact that it's not just 1 is the reversed Haaland. In it. I remember this guy playing for... Oh, no. Maybe I'm just used to seeing that name. It was Rodriguez there. Estoril. Estoril's an interesting one. They've had some... It's little goblin fella. Jonathan, thank you for the follow. Amar. That's Draw Amar. He's one of ours. Pachib. Oh, another Israeli dude. How did I not scout him? Maybe I did. Radojic's region already. Yeah, Matos. FC Dallas. Ah, no, he's rubbish. Mike's finally checked. Ooh, Paraguayan. Okay, he's definitely worth a look. Carlos Romero, 3 caps for Paraguay already. Lovely scenes. And another ridiculous... Faka. Faka Utani. Great first name. I love that. Oh, English dude here. Peter Fitzgerald. Sounds like he would have been like an early 20th century writer. Like a wartime writer. Drillon. I've never wanted to sign a player called Drillon after what happened the last time we had a Drillon on the team. Does anyone remember Drillon Zanelli? I've never really forgiven him for his shenanigans. Oh, Sivaspor, man. Very good. Like F. Scott Fitzgerald. Indeed. That's probably why my brain triggered like that, yeah. Throw them to Volcano. Rodrigo Benitez as well. Double Paraguay. You love to see it. Yeah, you're right. We haven't had that many Fatons this season. Although, to be fair, looking at this list. Right, so that's the staff list as per. That'll be fine. Okay. There's some good shit on there. 15 players is definitely a record for us. Parallelaguay. That just sounds nice to say. Oh, hang on. That's the wrong one. I need to switch it back. I was doing prep work for the next scouting video. No, scouting video. For the next agent video on Friday. It's going to be 3 players this time. Any Fatons. Drillon was great once we sold him, as often these players are. Oh, there's actually quite a few. 1,000. Okay. The problem being, there's Faton and Alimi. I think it kind of... I do think it orders it by relevancy, doesn't it? And I don't think we're going to... There's actually only 2 Fatons in the... No, 3. Naziri. And this guy's obviously German, but presumably has Kosovan... Oh, he doesn't. Wow. Name sounds awfully. His name sounds very Kosovan. Rob Mack as well, with the 25 months.
25 months of the world's oakiest streamer.
Oakiest. What can I say? I'm a tree. Thank you, Fred. That's very kind. And K-Jack, thank you for the follow. Is that another look at one of those as well? A North Korean. North Korean. So I don't know if he's actually still with us, but I do know that he got North Korea caps. So we can find out through that. If I could spell. If either of those two things could happen. The search screen is really bad. Imagine if there was like an advanced search option. The scenes. Ew. Yeah, his name was like Kokuk John? No. What was his bloody name? Kokuk Jim. That was it, yeah. I think. I don't think that was him. It definitely has Cook in it. But I can't remember. That's 9,000 people. He might have been retired, potentially. We just sort solely by... Wow, Albania coming into clutch here. Kuk Jonglia. Do you know what? I don't think it was quite that. Release players. Good shout. Although, bear in mind, that list is going to be extortionately long. Oh, there he is. Man's retired already. Kokuk Jin, there he is. That was this season. To be fair, is there a difference between retired and made disappear? This is North Korea, after all. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, he's just mysteriously disappeared. That's awfully convenient for them. God, we actually got rid of quite a lot. God, Amadou and Dai. To be fair, he's now gone to Eintracht Frankfurt, so he's absolutely having a lovely time. He's gone into hiding, maybe. Redacted, got him. Great minds and all that. Oh, dear. I don't think anyone joins the army. I think the army joined him, in a way. So we're back to... Ooh. Oh, that's the Barwick one, isn't it? Yeah, we need to get some money. Hopefully we can do that against Chelsea. I'm just disappointed in our coefficient journey this year. 15.3. Wait, no, sorry. That's France, not us. 15.0. Luckily, we've at least managed to get back ahead of France again. Like, we've gapped France by a good amount again. But it could still all go wrong if we go out. I think we have to get past Chelsea, truth be told. If we don't get past Chelsea, I think there's a... Well, would you look at that? Nicholas Bentner's coaching... It's been 12 years. What is the story with Redacted? I think in the latest YouTube video, I did actually explain the full story of Redacted. Because people always ask about it, so I thought I would genuinely explain the thing. So in the latest recap video, I explained it fully. Because you had to. Is J-Lo still here? You're right, he is. He's not got a contract. Wait, hang on. You've got £1,000 a week. I had to keep him around for Jarju. Yeah, he just will not, like... He's not gained any coaching badges since he joined us, and he's been trying to get coaching badges ever since he joined us, but he's failed every single time. So, thus far, anyway. Right. This is rotation. Booty gets sacked. Booty didn't get sacked, but Emmett did. Emmett has been punted, so to speak. Pereira, Yeboah. We'll do Ojeda in there for a bit. Velazquez. I love having both Kraus and Yamin to bring into these roles. It's great. Is he hardcore? I don't think it's that. I think he just has the worst possible personality traits, so the game just will not let him succeed. Thank you for the 100 bits, Lord Richard. I agree.
He's not been trying.
His butt doesn't live to 2 hours later. Oh. All this, it's just happened. Most of the story was bleeped out. Well, that's... I'm not going to be able to explain it in any more detail than I already have. I think that was... I took the time in that video to explain it as deeply as I possibly could. Right. So Darla's suspended for this game, which is fine because he'll play next game anyway. We want... If you can hear a low rumbling coming through the microphone, that is my neighbour. They are... both of the neighbours on that side are both renovating their garages into like... not an extension, but like they're blocking them up basically, turning it into like an extra room at the exact same time. So they've rented a skip together to put all their like stuff again. They are drilling together. I guess Ruben, you know, because that's definitely his name. And I just want to make sure we have the best chances. We're going to have Julpa for this one. The true story. I mean, that's a tough one. What do you mean the true story? This is the true story. What are you saying? I will not be slandered like this. I love how it's literally nearly an hour into the stream and we have not played a match yet. So we should do that. We should definitely do that. Calling that post of it. It's exactly. I don't know how they would have done that, but they just a tiny little sniper sat on the top of my monitors. Standard. I mean, normally we actually get into a game fairly quickly because I normally start the stream with a match, right? But today was different. We had other business to attend to. So the only leagues I have active are the Hungarian leagues, and no, that hasn't changed over the save because I use a database setup that loads all the players and not the leagues.
Happy
so that way
Sunday,
it speeds
Matt.
things up.
I can't even get my kids to bed before the Sunday streams these days.
Damn. Those kids need to get a bit of bed earlier. It's 9 in the morning, Norton. What are you doing? I'm a twat. I'm sorry. I realise you're from down under. But thank you, Vern. That's very, very kind of you. 40 minutes before you press. To be fair, that hasn't been the case so much lately, just on account of the fact that we've been, with the new method of scouting, it actually requires us to hit continue frequently in order to get the reports through. FM Christmas really does take the biscuit, though. It's great. I can't believe how many good players were there that weren't even ours, considering how many... Oh, hello. Good pass. Go on, Pereira. Great play. Lovely work there. We got Chelsea in the knockouts. But bear in mind, we have already won at Stamford Bridge this season, 3-1. And I'm finding... I reckon with the new plan that we've got, with Tex-Mex as the number 10, we just look that little bit better in Europe now. It's a lovely little interchange between Capolino and Pereira. Park runs. I haven't actually done a park run since 2021, but the running's going well in general. Did 10k yesterday. Nice and easy, like 147 heart rate average, really, really low pace. Just plodding along, getting those easy zone 2 miles in, basically. Basil with the 25 months.
Okay, here go nothing der.
Oh, dear Lord.
Indigt land det star med breed bogen is Alten Osterstrand. Knows Alten Osterstrand det bug to Sigibaki. Dal det hugomla Denmark og det Freyhas sal. Og det Freyhas sal BTWM back from Lisboa. And boy are my arms tired smile.
It's true. I endorse this message. I stand by it. Thank you, Basil. It's very kind. Only Juan subscribe. Oh, yeah. If anything, I've actually got like I've become a tier 3 simp for Only Juans because of the new scouting method does rely on a lot of those types of leagues potentially. That was some nice pressure actually. Go on, slip him in. Go on, Yeboah. Gonna go alone here. Pulls it across for Ojeda. Great finish from Latora Ojeda. 7 goals this season for him is not bad. Is it about Death Star? Is that what he was saying? No, you're right. We really do need to at least reach the next round this season just for that extra coefficient points because we're not going to probably get more than about 16 this year, which is a massive letdown. That's big. That's how they send me their secret messages. I'm a shill, chat. What can I say? Or a shell. Struggling to overcome Ajax. It might have been... Sometimes what I've noticed in the past is sometimes you'll just have an insanely good season. and you'll win the league, but it might not be representative of where your team's actually at. It could just be, not fluky, but you might have overperformed a little bit. And it might just be that you've then established that as your goal. You've then established that as your sort of benchmark, when in fact, it's actually above that. Royal Dutch Shield. We win it, we could get 18. And that's the thing. Us winning it still wouldn't be enough to get even near the points we got last season. I don't see us winning it, but I do think we're probably in the best state that we've ever been to win it. But I don't know if we're quite there yet. Illiz, thank you very much for the follow. I think the team is clicking in a way that it hasn't really so far. Like, we've had our best group stage ever. What was it? We got 21 points, won 7 out of our 8 matches in the groups. Came second, I think, overall. If the keeper doesn't get that, then I don't know what he's doing. And we have looked a lot better against bigger sides now this season. I think the little tweaks to having Tex-Mex in his correct position, there's just a sort of synergy throughout the team. Everyone looks like they kind of know what they're doing, and it really helps. But we'll see how long that progresses for, I suppose. It could all change. New tactics. That's true, yeah. Everyone with Treaty. Oh, yeah, we won it loads with... We won the Champions League loads with Treaty. I think we won it 3 times with Treaty. In the end, I can't... Was it 3 times? I think it was 3. Oh, that's a penalty. Ben Salah's just gone, no, you're going nowhere, friendo. I think we've won it 3 times with Treaty. I think we won it 3 times with Tromsø as well. It's the year for something. It is, of all the years it's ever been, this is one of them. With LLC. I guess Jarju still takes penalties in this team, doesn't he? Yes. Bless him. And he's missed it. Wouldn't be Jarju without a mistake. It's true, Springtide, I do. I do love how that's just become a meme over the last week. I love, that's what I love about you lot. The ability to take things like that and just turn it into a meme. All the best things have come from situations like that over here. I think Jarju might be a sort of player that, because we have had some bids on him from like Portuguese sides over the last couple of seasons, and I do wonder if maybe in the summer the right amount of money comes along, if we could maybe ship him off to Porto or something for like £20 million, that would probably be a good piece of business to give us some extra cash, because we are a little bit low in the grand scheme. We've made a loss of £44 million this season, so we probably do need to get a little bit more money in the bank so we can go Wonder Kid hunting again. Little hair. She's got a teensy little fringe. That is a shocking. How is that not a foul? Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. Just scythes jamming down. It's like, nah, that won't count. Or go on, Yeboah. Square it, please. Yes, lovely stuff. Capolino. Great work from Yakuba Yeboah as well. And Felipe Capolino, I think we overpaid for him massively, but he's done a job. Yeah, Tex-Mex is firmly a number 10. His record as a number 10 is actually filth. I think it's 7 goals and 3 assists in 6 matches as a number 10. And 2 assists in 20 matches as a winger. Which is just an insane difference. Off a one-time strike. I know! The Beng thing has just taken on a life of its own. I'm still developing the Beng logo at the moment. I'm getting, not ChatGPT, Midjourney to develop me some logo ideas that I can then develop into something properly. Hey, Phil. Lucio Braga. Oh, God, yeah, at Braga. Think of the Brazilians you can get. That's ridiculous. He's got a soul patch. Just loves jazz. Yeboah's had a phenomenal game today. Don't really want to replace him with either of those guys. Oh, shit, what have I done there? No, I definitely don't want to... Hang on, wait. Undo. Why is the undo button over here and all the other buttons are down here? We'll get Labros on for a little bit. I'm trying to think of anyone who I don't want to play in the next game. I guess I could bring in Patrice, maybe? Malero will probably occupy one of the wide areas, because Malero, I think, is better as a number 10 as well, but I don't think he's as ineffective as a wide player as, say, for example, Tex-Mex was. Malero is still completely capable of being an absolute god out wide, and I think that gets the best out of both of them. Or no, rather, it gets the best out of the pair of them. It allows us to kind of get the maximum out of the two if we're going to play both of them. It depends, Bohinski. It depends on how many you have. So if you've got 122 players, like if you've got so many wonder kids like we do, then loans are really the only way, because you're never going to get... Unless they're one of those players that you just know is going to be a world beater, then you can start giving them football really early. But for the most part, a good loan once they turn 18 is probably useful for you. Might have a player called Barcock, do they? No, he's just a straight up Brazilian. But yeah, it does depend on game time. Obviously, if you're going to go send them out on loan and they're going to be like a fringe player, then it's kind of pointless. But if you're going to send them out on loan and they're going to be like a regular starter or an important player even, then it's great. Because if you can get them 30 games, I think that's why Zivkovic won the next gen list because he's had 2 solid seasons of first team football at the ages of 17 and 18, and this is going to be a penalty because, God damn it, Patrice! Been a while. I haven't actually had a chance to say that yet, but I'm glad we're here. Yeah, unless you are trying to break the Stack Overflow node, I showed some other creators that, and I was just like, a little bit of a niche bug here, but once you go over 128 loads, and RDF was underneath just going, once you go under 128 loads, as if that's... Oh, dear. Sai was like, is this an experiment or something, or is this your actual save? Oh, dear. Ashauer might be about to score against us here. Go on, Portia. Ah. Oh. Talk about last night. Oh, dear. It's fun. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get that on the soundboard. Because that's frustrating that we conceded a goal. That's our 10th goal conceded this season as well. Yeah, I know. Why aren't everyone doing it? I think, if anything, everyone else is wrong, and I am, in fact, the one that is correct about this. Loan farms are fun. Like, it's just true. We've got 134 players out on loan. Wait. Yes, it is 134. We always have to work it out by whatever the negative is, adding it on to 128. Ah, dear. Kishvada are just awful. They're not going to get relegated on a virtue of these two. Both the GY clubs getting more like KY at this rate, but still. They are dreadful. Hopefully they sort their shit out in the off-season, because they're not going to be in Europe next year. In a year that we have got 7 teams in Europe, they are still going to fail to qualify, which is a little bit of a shame. Nothing there. So we're up to Congo now in Africa. Classy Yakubu Yaboa as well. Nice to see that. How many assists is that this season for him now? Only 5. To be fair, he has played a little bit less than normal because of KY Jelly. That's what I was thinking. That's where my brain went anyway. I haven't heard back. I have sent a save file to Mike, and I've put it in. It's been in a position where I know that eyes from SI have seen it, hopefully. So no. But I have sent Mike the exact save file, so hopefully you can have a look at it. Or at least send it to someone who can. So I've just started training Tex-Mex as an attacking midfielder on support as well, so he gets familiarity with the role too, since he's going to be playing there. Gradually forget what he's learned about playing as a left winger. I don't think, to be honest with you, I'm not sure he learned anything about playing as a left winger, if this is anything to be judged by, to be honest. Player of the year for him, that'd be good. Basically had to sign a whole new squad in League One in front. Wow. 8 players. That's kind of sick because they just played all the time, right? Yeah. Based on the story we've had with them, Christ. I think Emmett has got to be up there as far as the pure story. Like, yeah, you can go back to the days of, like, Norman Millington, but it's such a long time ago, and I feel like memes have evolved since then. So I feel like Emmett has surely got to be up there on that sort of stuff. So he's still C+ rated, but... a little bit of a consistency issue. I still rather like him. He has 20 determination. The story of Judas was fun as well, yeah. Yeah, we can't... I'm not going to punt on him immediately. I'm going to get a Sigurist report, if we can. First. That's my hope, anyway. Fatboy Bunts, thank you very much for the 13 months. That rhymes too. You'd love to see it.
Let's be getting to the Champo final today. Much love for my #1 streamer. Keep it up, King.
Thank you, friend. It's very kind. I think these guys have kind of had it, so to speak. More Sigurist for the mill. Indeed. Lovely stuff. Rogstad... actually, let's just see. So he was scouted by Zakharov, which means I'm going to send him around again to get a report properly from Sigurist this time. Okay. So, oh, hang on. That was a report. Okay, so that's fine. It was actually a report from Sigurist. Meaning that this is likely to be as accurate as it's going to be. Other than maybe a 2020 scout. Professional personality. Lovely, lovely tent poles. That was actually... bear in mind, his dribbling was predicted to be between 10 and 15, and we got 14. And he's 16 years old. The pace is a little bit concerning, but he does have amazing acceleration. The number sums. He's okay on the right foot. Does have consistency issues, but he's very young. I think... please don't tell me he's going to... oh, yes! I was expecting to see the old... he reminds me a bit of... what's his name? De Bruyne, but better. Yeah, he is 16. I'm getting picky with these players, right? So let's see if we can structure this a little bit. Or just pay them £5 million. We probably could have gone in for less, but you know what? I'll give them a tip. They can keep the change. Whew. Okay. And, okay, so Pierre Rogstad as well was a Sigrist one. Which means this is as accurate as it's going to get too. No dribbling. Composure's not amazing, but he is only 16 as well. Yes, yeah. Serbia. I can't remember which year Serbia. I think it might be 2027. You see it? But I said, yeah, no, exactly. I think if he's within about the mid-range of this, then he could definitely be worth it, right? 30k and 5.2 million now. Okay, so this is starting to get a little bit ridiculous. I don't think I'd want to pay that much. Yeah, he's still fantastic. Like, when we saw Milovanovic the first time, we went, oh, damn. So, we kind of knew we were probably going to sign him. The only thing that could have gone wrong, basically, is if it was a really bad scout report, which is why I sent Gonzalo straight in there. Can highly recommend. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Portugal in general, but I think I'd love to just go to Madeira. I've always had this, like, affinity with Madeira, and I would really like to return. Not say return, I'd like to go there. Just never can't go to a Uni out game, really, but there you go. Okay, let's just see. If they'd let me do 1.5 and that maybe 2.5 after 50 league games, if they'd let me do that, that's the same amount. 2 million? I think he's probably worth 2 million.
This is where I parked my car.
At a push, I would say. Kimano, thank you for the follow. Oh, lives in Madeira. No way. Is it the cake? I mean, cake is a good thing. I'd never turn down cake. Scout Rush is like, exactly that, Marius. You just don't know what you're going to get. But we do know that we've at least had the correct scouting on him with Sigrist. I'd say we'll get Rogstad too, because it's nice to have a Norwegian striker, right? Even if that's probably going to be accurate, because again, it's Sigrist. I think that he'll probably come in and be worth more than that anyway, so I'm all right with that. Now we'll have to see if we can negotiate with these two. So he's going to want like a pathway, but luckily I can remove that pathway immediately, and he won't care. He doesn't want loads of money. Yearly wage rise is not happening. Unfortunately, because he's only 16, we can only hit him with probably a 5 year. Can I get 3 years, or is it only? Oh yeah, I can do 3. So 3 and 3. Relegation release clause. Boom. Okay, cool. 6 years. That's fine. So that'll still only take him through to 22 years old. Actually, more likely to be a little older than that, right? Well, the 50 appearances thing, what I would say is it is, and it will get you money off, but it doesn't get you that much money off. The clubs really are quite wise to it this year, so they will not knock you down by that much if you add it in there, but it's nice to sort of get a little bit of money off, particularly with these cheap signings. I find it's really helpful so far. It is, Bubba, but what I would say is that what we do, so once we've got a player that we're like really interested in, we want to sign this guy, but we want to make sure that he's the player for us, I will always send my best scout, i.e. the one with the best CA and PA judging, for a 1 week scout report on them. And I find that is a much more accurate way of getting almost exactly what they're going to be like in terms of their potential when they join you. So far, we've had him go like, for example, we've had a couple of like 5-star guys, sent Gonzalo around, and all of a sudden they're 3.5 stars and gone, oh, actually, maybe I don't want to pay £7 million for him. Whereas he's kind of like the final sign off. He's essentially my chief scout, even though he's not. He acts like it. Right, same story with you. I'll offer you pretty much the same exact contract, I presume. We'll do a bit of that. Okay. We'll do optional extension of 3 years again. Throw in a relegation. No. That would have been bad. And I've done it again. I'm a glutton for punishment. There we go. Cool. Nice. Yeah, they're definitely much more. For example, the whole 50% next sale fee thing that we used to do all the time, definitely not as effective this year. Todd Bowley, he's common sense. He literally is. I just want to sign everybody. Ferencváros win again. Okay. It's looking very likely that these are going to be our teams for Europe next year. So, Haladáš fine, Újpest, Molfehevar, Ferencváros. Annoying to not have Kisvárda in there because coefficient. And now we have to deal with... To be fair, if I was going to pick 2 other sides to join this group, it would be Honvéd and Debrecen, probably. Yeah, he's the little cherry on the scouting Sunday. Exactly. So that's Tuesday, Saturday. Cool, right. Relegation release clauses. If you're in a club that's never going to be relegated, so you're a title challenging side or you're a team towards the top and you know that you're never going to get relegated in the save yourself, then by 100% put it in there. It will allow you to knock their wages down by or even if even if it doesn't let you knock the wages down, it'll allow you to get an extra clause into their contract that you would quite like, for example. So LMS is going to miss that. God, we are a bit light. Hey, stat line. Monthly loan stats. I think it's still Radojicic that's top scorer, although Dikino is coming pretty close, as is Redacted, in fairness, but we can't talk about that. Ralph's done okay at Budapest as well. Team of the week. Cool. Sick. Yeah, we have to move. Oh, who do we want in the next round if we could get through? Whispers Cape Town. No, don't do it to me. I will never have to hopefully have a season like that again. Hello, Alex Mayeli. He's one of those players that the moment we actually properly look into him, he's going to be trash, but that's fine. Well, we're getting him. Vojislav Milovanovic. I think he could be very, 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 very good. He's 16 years old. Imagine that we would actually be like wetting ourselves if a player came through our youth intake that looked like this. And he's only just come through their youth intake. So he is genuine filth. We need a star Serbian striker. It's true. The Serbian Aguero. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's got any media descriptions. Labeled as the next Stipan Bobek. Serbs, help me out. He's not clickable, which means that it's clearly an older player. Not a name that rings entirely a bell to me. But I'm curious. Is that a good thing? Or is he a massive failure? Hopefully not. Well, that's something you'd like to see. So Pierre Rogstad is dubbed the new Erling Haaland, and we've just picked him up for... Okay. 38 goals for Yugoslavia. We'll take that. Medi, it's actually in the latest recap video. The most recent one. I actually explained the whole situation with Redacted in that video. Pretty good. That's good to know. But also, Rogstad, he is 6 foot. Then again, we've just seen the guy that was described as the Czech Haaland, and he looks nothing like him. Renowned for his technique and vision, goal scoring ability. That's good to say it. Oh, I mean, I'll happily take that. Oh, what a lovely team name. Any players? Nah. Shaban Ali is a cool name. And Prince Ombion. Mental. Love that. Hey, Jason. French Vouch will presumably hammer Kishvalet. Well, not hammer them, but continue to mud them, unfortunately. So, when it comes to this for next year, what does these positions actually get us? So we get 3 in the groups, 1 in the league path, which will probably end up in the Europa League anyway. 2 in the group stage guaranteed, and only 1 in the playoff round. Next season's going to be a struggle for us because there's going to be so little teams in the Conference League. So that means at the moment, Ferencváros and Újpest are pretty much locked in, I would say, for those Champions League group stage spots. Which is okay. An alien character of Futurama. Yes, he does. Yep. Yes, Zoltan has gone out on loan. And not only that, but he was actually 6th on the next gen list this season. Zoltan's actually on loan at Kisvarda, which, given what we know now, might be the exact opposite of what we want, but there you go. Right, so let's sort this out. So I want Malero middle. Sorry. I want Castillo. I might actually do the Castillo Bobby Tree thing and bring Thingy off the bench instead. So we can have Silva and Castillo and have Malero off the bench. Velasquez and Navarro. Dala, Jarju? No. Surely not. Surely Patrice, since we can't have LMS. We are a bit light there still. Abdul Nabi and Kraus for the bench, surely. So, I guess the big question is, how is Junior Portilla going to cost us this game? Since he's already tried to do that multiple times this season. 3 times, in fact, in Europe. We always end up light on centre-backs because we just keep selling them to Dortmund. And usually it's centre-backs that cause most of the problems for us, unfortunately. A Cronon! Thank you very much for the follow. Poor Tia. He has been very poor, Tia. Despite these allegedly good ratings, he has cost us so many points this season. Which just does. Also, love how his value is so low, considering that he's the Colombian national team goalkeeper and has these attributes. It's that rushing out tendency combined with his really low off the ball, I think, that maybe causes these issues. But then again, a goalkeeper. Everything a goalkeeper does basically is off the ball, right? Okay, so Chelsea's team. Nelson Wiper, what a name. Oh, they've got... Huh. Andrew Kunwali. Fair play. Right. It's not the goalie. To be fair, since we can only see it for the league, it's actually fine. It's when it's in Europe that the problems start. His league goalkeeping, I think, is actually okay. So 90% save percentage, 2.1 percentage. Also, look at that from Farkashan. Did we get Farkashan back? Like, he's actually killing it. But that's another good point. Yeah, the combination of those two things really does not work for him at all. But yeah, he's fine in the league, or he's fine in the league. But in Europe, he just goes to pieces. On 3 occasions this season, he has not gone for the ball and just let the ball go over him into the goal. It cost us points against Lyon, and there was 2 other games as well. And he was so good. Maybe it's just a one-off, but we will have to start looking at another keeper, I think. He panics as people are speaking. Splashing a world-class keeper? No, absolutely not. Because goalkeepers in FM are so random that if we would have dropped like 40 million on a world-class goalkeeper, he could still play like dog shit. So I would never want to invest huge money into a goalkeeper for that exact reason, because there's just no guarantee they're going to be good. I know with players that still applies, but goalkeepers are so random, I would never do that. What we'll do is what we always do. We'll just keep bringing people through and eventually one will settle. That's how we eventually found Luba Mihov. Bringing Wusu back. Man can't even get a game for Quarry United. No one expects us to win. I expect us to win, given that we've already beaten Chelsea at Stamford Bridge this season. Yeah, I think we've signed a few guys. We'll find a few. Yeah. Goalkeepers are just weird in the match engine, sadly. Hey, Delinquent. Wait, no, the Delinquent. I get it. How's it going? Starting with European League. Well, I mean, that's why I said, literally, what's he going to do that's going to cost us today? Eventually, we'll find the next... Well, yeah. Well, yeah, the reason that our numbers are so high for goalkeepers is because obviously Zoltan wears number 1. He has to. Like, Joao Virginia's attributes are not that much different to his, but you know how it be. I'm excellent, Delinquent. Nelson Wiper is a real person. Yeah, I know. I've said this several times, haven't I? I've been like, oh, look at that name. And then chat have been like, no, that's a real dude. And I've been like, wow, good times. Okay, so this is... that's dangerous already. Right, Bobby, go on. Win the knockdown. Or don't, that's fine. Keep the pressure on them. Yes, well done, Tex-Mex. Does it again. Ball over the top. It's Brandon Silva's throw. Oh, Tex-Mex again. I'd say we're up there, Morksol. We're definitely now at a stage where we can compete with the big boys. That was a lovely piece of play from Tex-Mex, though, again, to find Silva for that pass. Is that an injury to Castillo? Shit. We'll leave him on for the moment. But Navarro's having a poor game out there, too. Oh, God, here we go. Please defend. Oh, Portillo. He came and collected it. To be fair to him, he came and got it. Maybe I'll actually have a good game for us here. Ooh, little stutter there from FM. Right, find Bobby again with the long ball over the... Okay, got to be a bit more... Not that. A little bit less of that, eh? There's a reason why we distribute from the back. Oh, really nice. Right, come on, Castillo. Fire it into the channel. Oh, God, that's so poor. Ollie with the 20 months. Day. Hell hello, yes. Hi. You'll have to keep me up to date on the first race since I'm going to miss it. This feels like Chelsea's first goal. The left... Oh, God. Darla's completely left his man. Fucking hell. God damn it, Patrice! It's going well. It's going well here. Hi, how's it going, chat? Darla completely lost his man. Like, I don't know what is he doing here? Clearly, Silva has got this under control, and yet Darla is just sort of dicking about in no man's land, whilst leaving Savio completely... Like, where is he going? And then Patrice just sticks it into his own net. God damn it. Right, not ideal. Let's have a look at the injury to Castillo. Injuries affecting him. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We've got Malera on the bench. Thank God for that. But it is annoying because Castillo just seems to work there. New track limit rules. Oh, really? Interesting. I think our key to this game is to not lose too badly. And I feel like so far we've actually been as good as Chelsea for the most part. Right, Darla's actually got his man this time. Don't foul him. Please don't foul him. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's outside the box, at least. Patrice is Belgian. Never expects the wide player to square. That's very true. Rarely ever does it happen, except when Castillo's in there for some reason. He seems to do the role brilliantly. Alex Darla. Oh, no. This was outside the box. Yeah. So we should be okay. Okay, half-time, we're pretty even game. I think second half we go to that sort of plan B that we've been working on. Yeah, Kunwa Lee. So I reckon we turn off that. We don't turn on Be More Expressive, though. We have a little look at Kunwa Lee. He's their right back, which means if we... I know what we do. We keep someone on him a bit more. We trigger press him way more. We tackle him... no, we won't tackle him harder. That's a guaranteed penalty. Show him one of the weaker foot. The idea being, if we can win the ball off him, they're going to be hugely exposed in that left-hand channel. Because Savio ain't getting back to cover. Moises... I don't know what position he's playing for them, but my guess is he's probably not going to be doing a lot of defensive work. He's okay. I think if we can take him out the game, worry less about the other stuff, and then we'll see. Although Bobby Tree's in danger of losing his discipline. Oh, good lord. We'll concede directly off the kickoff now, won't we? So let's see. Let's pressure out to him a little bit. Allow him to play the ball a little bit earlier. Moist on the yellow would... Yeah, that's true, actually. Oh, please, no. Come on. Abdelnaby clears it. Right. Okay, Silva. Nice. Better. We've had a lot of kickoff goals in the Champions League this season. Oh, Velasquez in space for once. Here we go. Yes, look at the play. Tex-Mex, find the right pass now, buddy. You know you want to... Oh, it's so poor, but still we keep the ball. Immediately looking better. Abdelnaby, so many bodies in the box. Finds Tex-Mex again! He just is everywhere. Early contenders, not really sure, Danny, honestly. Hopefully it's still going to be possible, firstly, with the whole FIFA loan rules thing. That was a bad mistake from Chelsea giving the ball away there. But I haven't really got an idea, but I'm happy to just play, like, to really go into the pure fun of it. And Tex-Mex with his 8th goal of the season. No, it's Marcio Teixeira. We've completely reinvented him. We've changed his role, changed his position, and his name with it. And he's become an absolute revelation at this club ever since we switched him up to being a number 10. He's got, like, what's it, 11 goal contributions in 7 matches since he became a number 10, having got 2 contributions in his previous 20. Like, oh, what a guy. Right, I'm a bit concerned about this press from Chelsea, but if we can just be sensible and play through it. Oh, gee, and there's the... Right, this is the Chelsea goal, presumably. Oh, well done, Velasquez. Chelsea have pushed quite high up here. I do wonder if actually... Oh, well played. Well played, lads. If this turns into a goal, this might be one of the best goals we've ever scored. Oh. Right, this should be okay. Oh, Patrice! God damn it, Patrice! This man is going to cost us the Champions League this year, I swear to God. He's got an own goal, and now he's given away a penalty for no reason. It did turn into a goal. That is very true. At least it isn't Patia's fault. Why is he tackling him there? That is very Harry Maguire. Oh, God. I thought he actually saved that. It's... Is this just straight at him? Ah, no, to be fair, I thought it was straight at him, but it's not. It's off to the left. Okay. Right. Chelsea have had 2 shots on target today. No, they haven't. Well, they have, technically, I suppose. Right. Navarro's struggled a bit in this game. Velasquez is on a yellow and is aggressive, which means we're going to be looking at Alexis Yamin. Bobby Tree struggled, but luckily, it's big man Kontavrakis. That's true. Maguire wouldn't have even been near him, would he? Patrice and Montiel's had a bad game too, in fairness. Sub Patrice, but yeah, we might have to, honestly. It's going to be Georgie. Okay, right. Half an hour to go. We're still playing well, ironically. It's just not well enough. Oh, no, please not 3-1. 2-1 I can deal with. 3-1... Like, 2-1 gives us a great chance at home, I would say. It's just 3-1 would be very bad. 2-2 would be a lot better, though. Right, we're going to do 10 minutes on Be More Expressive, just to see if they could come up with anything in the last 10 to make us work. But I don't want to overthrow it. I don't want to overdo it here, just because if we do well, we do well. Yeah, Patrice has had a woeful day. 93rd minute. The question is, this could decide a lot, because if this is them scoring a goal, we... Oh, Moses! What are you sliding in for? Like, this could go either way at this point. Oh, please, no, please, no, please, no. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, really? What is that shit? Like, what even happens here? It hits the post and then comes back to him. That was the post, unfortunately. 2-1 was easy, and yeah, it hits the post. I don't think the keeper can do a lot about that there, really. That is very frustrating. Own goal, penalty, and then that. Isn't Reputation Manager fun? We've got time. We'll be at home next, but it's that extra... that extra goal makes such a difference. That's not the keeper's fault. It's just an unfortunate one because it looks like it deflected off the defender onto the post and then back in. But it's just that kind of luck that we don't need. Jesus Christ. Right. Yeah, it did kind of look like he pushed it back out because he was diving towards the post. Because I think if that's on... I think he dives where the original shot's going to go and he would save it. But, of course... Yeah. Oh, frustrating. Ooh. Half Dr. Congo, half Burundi. What's a serious injury? Twisted ankle, that's fine. You recover? Not ideal. It ain't over yet. Fat lady hasn't warmed up yet, but I'd be fine if we went into that second leg with a 2-1, but 3-1 does require you to actually score your chances. And, 600 games of management. And you know what we're like in the Champions League whenever we come up against a big side. Like, do you remember that time when we battered Manchester City and only won 1-0? And just every chance was missed. And then the second leg, we did actually win at the Etihad, hilariously, with that, with a red card. But that's just how it goes sometimes, right? He's probably... That's true. If he's that cheap, he's worth a punt on him, right? When we get the proper report through. Today, yeah. At least Castillo's injury isn't too serious. I feel like losing Castillo did not help. Oh, Al Ahly. Go on. Anyone? Oh, Nader Abbas. Also, the fact that they've got a guy that's half Egyptian, half Lesotho... Or is he half Egyptian? No, he's half South African, half Lesotho. But Nader Abbas... He's intriguing. Wet track as well. Ooh. Okay, I'm excited now. Who's on pole? Was it, Sutton? Or was it Turkington? Was it... No, it was Rowbottom, wasn't it? Okay. Let's rotate everybody. So Capellino's back in. And Ojeda again. Seri, and we want... I'll do Kraus today. And... Actually, I might... No. Do I want to start Malero here? I probably shouldn't, just in case. I might start Kontavrakis, though. Just for a bit of lols. Get Dahl out.
Very soon.
The delinquent, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. BTCC. That's what we were discussing. It's British touring cars, so like saloon racing. I say saloon, like... Yeah. Wait. No, Darla at right back? No, we want Ruben. And then Terranova. Montiel will drop out. And honestly, where the hell's Patrice? Is he suspended or something? He must be, right? Team reps sorted. I'm not sure what that means. In what order is my team rep sorted? Which team rep? Like, team rep would be like... I'm not sure I understand. So, like, the rep... Well, the team rep doesn't really matter, honestly. Other than for European games, I suppose. Yeah, it's on ITV4. I know they have some, like, race days on ITV as well. Not all of them. Oh, the team reports. Okay, team reports, but I don't understand what you mean by sorted. They don't really... As in, I just do it in the order that they get sorted in the order that you do them. So if you do a load of Czech teams and a load of Belgian teams after that, the Czech ones are coming before the Belgian ones. But in order to actually... Well, that's the order that they come through in the order that you assign them, basically. So whichever order you do them in, when you assign them initially, that's the order they'll come through at. Unless you prioritize certain ones, but then there's really no point in doing that because you don't know who to prioritize anyway. So, yeah, I just let it go continent by continent. So we're up to Africa at the moment, basically. Oh, I know you can change the priorities, but why? What's the benefit of doing that when you don't know what's going to be in the report? Basically. So you'll get them at some point. Specific order to pick youngsters after the youth intake. Oh, no. I said that you could do that if you wanted to be properly, like, neurotic about it. But the problem is you'd have to sit there and figure out the exact order that the youth intakes came in and then do them in that order. And I just don't have the patience for that. Because you're not going to miss out on anything, really. Maybe the occasional player, but I feel like it's not worth the effort that it would require to do that, basically. Because it would probably add, like, an hour to each of them. And I just don't have that kind of time. And you'd not get... It's just not worth it, basically. LMS... Shit, might have to be Julper again. Okay. Do a bit of that. Get a bit of Akos. National strategy. That's true. That's actually the reason I do it the way that I do it, because what we were missing out on before was those really young players. All these 16-year-old guys that we keep finding now, we would not have found those guys before because they wouldn't have been in those national team squads. And by the time they had got there, their values had gone up, or they might have been poached. And we now get to come in really, really early, which is kind of sick. Yeah, you find a few players. There will be some guys you miss because for all I, they might be the one player from that nation that gen in that youth intake and could still be good. So it depends on how deep you want to go. Like, you could go through each national team the way I do it and actually go after any squad that's in there too. You just kind of, you know, you have to sort of like when I did it this year, we still had over 400 teams to scout. So it's going to take us over a year, even after I skipped it through. Oh, we're talking about the team report scouting. Is there a video? Yes, there is. ! Team reports or team report. It's one of those two. It's my latest scouting video, basically, which has been doing much more well lately ever since I changed the thumbnail up. It's like doubled in the number of daily views, which is good. Yeah, there's a few that you're going to miss, but that's why I kind of like these methods that kind of... what I'm trying to do with these methods whenever I make them is to try to find a method that is going to cover the most ground as possible in the fastest time with the easiest implementation of it. And I think this kind of is the one that does the best of that for me currently. Lashmi, thank you for the 26 months.
Matt, we've got to stop meeting like this. People are starting to talk.
I know, but those people are us, and it's fine. I'm not embarrassed. Capolino with a brace as well. Love to see it. 2 assists for Kontovrakis. Good stuff. That's a really strong performance from him out wide. Kishvara lose again. God, if they really are dreadful. Like, embarrassingly. Come and tell you what did. To be fair, I try to cover everything I possibly can in those videos so that there's literally nothing they can say. And it does actually kind of reduce engagement in a way because there's no comment. I like to cover every question I think might come up. Occasionally I'll get a question, but it's usually just because they've misunderstood something in a video a lot of the time. Danish national. Oh, was it? Should have said. You should have started with potato put in mouth, and then I would have guessed. Mike and Holly. Did we check last? I don't know if we did, you know. We will definitely look, though. But first, James Brown. I know on my career result... Oh, there is actually a James Brown. Does he feel good, is my question. After the Death Star, Denmark becoming Darth Vader. It's Darth Denmark, obviously. He's actually... Well, I would say he's not bad, but, like, he's not amazing. He's massively overpriced. And did they get him as a free? Actually, you know what? For free, it's not a bad pickup from them, to be fair, from Manchester City, as it goes. Football cards, nah. Check his morale. Disappointed to be injured? No. Hang on. We just don't know whether he feels good or not, chat. That's the question. We'll never know. I'm going to scout him just so we can figure out if he feels good or not. How about that? Just for you. He's optimistic. He knew that he would. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, there's going to be a career resurrection video on Friday. I've done all the prep work for it now, so I've picked the 3 players this week, though. It's regens, too. So it's going to be a little bit different, because I'm going to have to explain the... Did I actually... Oh, I saw Michael Holman, and I thought that was him. Nope. But it is regen week, and it's going to be interesting, because there's some really interesting regens knocking about. Which is why I ended up choosing 3, because I thought it'd be more fun to just do 3 players. Plus, I already had a thumbnail idea in my head. No, I don't touch recruitment focuses. I can't stand them because I feel like anything they can do, I can do better. And I say like the methods that we've kind of worked with, I feel like are more effective by a factor of about 50 a lot of the time. So I've never had any reason to have them active because all it does is just kind of dilute my scout report. So I don't know where the reports are coming from. So if I have no team recruitment focuses on, then I don't have to worry about like it getting in the way. Oh dear. We did try using recruitment focuses, and I'll be honest with you, it was recruitment focuses that led us down towards the Belgian method. Because we kept noticing that some of those Belgian amateur players were popping up in our recruitment focuses. The problem being that once we then sort of streamlined the Belgian method, it became much, much quicker to do that than it was to just find them using the recruitment focuses. And that sort of lies in where the problem is to me, that they're very ineffective. But what I would say is, if you wanted to play the game in a more sort of realistic fashion, I suppose, then I would say crack on, use them, right? But I'm more interested in just getting those players found a lot of the time. Ooh, okay. Plus, he plays for Ceramica Cleopatra. What a wonderful team name. It's a gorgeous badge too. Love that. I always like to try new things out occasionally like that every now and then. Like, for example, wow, he's expensive, but fuck me, we have to take a little look at the Pottery Queens. Unfortunately, still no Mike and Holly, which is genuinely baffling now that we're this far into the save. There's still no sign of either of them. Okay, so they're all marginal. Some of these guys from the next gen list, though, particularly Pachima, he looks fancy. Most of them have come up okay, but Pachima looks poggy, and Drillon as well. But Jürgen Sorga doesn't look as good, but we'll get some more reports on them. Queen of Tiles. Oh, yes. We also found out that the more recruitment focuses you have on, the slower the game plays. That's not a joke. I promise you that's not a joke. I did a test where I simulated... I holidayed with myself in charge of a club with X amount of recruitment focuses on and noticed how much of a drop there was in the speed of the game. And it was quite noticeable. And I ain't about that. Giddy looks good. It's the £17 million release clause that's going to be the problem, I suspect. So there's Benitez, who's 18 and quite cheap. How much money have we got left? 19 million. So we've got 10k a week taken up in wages. Plus 13 million in... Yeah. Wouldn't a scout search after an international weekend of youth caps... when you say scout search, what do you mean? As in, do you mean a recruitment focus? And be a quicker way than what? Version of skin. It's... I don't think it's actually the newest version. I'm kind of happy with what I'm at the moment. So I've just kind of been using this, basically. So I think it's missing a few things like the XG on the Insta result screens. 23 scouts. It's not the number of scouts, it's the number of recruitment focuses itself. So if you have like 20 recruitment focuses set up, it will slow the game down, I believe, by over 30%. No, so the way I assign... I do explain this in the video, but... Oh, you have 23 active. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's going to slow your game down by between 30 and 35%, if I remember correctly. Basically, in the video, I explained that the way I pick the teams to get the team reports on is as follows. So I'll go to say, well, let's just start with the beginning, right? So I'll go Austria. No, Austria's a bad example, actually. Say once I get to the South America point, right? I'll go, oh shit, it's not that one, is it? I'll go here and Andreski, thank you very much for the follow. How's it going, man? I will say go to Chile, right? Then what I'll do is I'll look at specifically the lowest of these teams because they're the younger. They're generally speaking, the players are younger in here. Then what I'll do is I'll look at the clubs because what this tells me basically is that these teams have had a recent youth intake. Because the last thing you want to do is say, hey, this team in X Nation has really good youth facilities, great, all this jazz. But if they haven't produced any players because for whatever reason, then there's no point in getting a team report on them. What this tells you is that there's been a recent youth intake at one of these teams, and thus, the other good thing about this screen is it's one of the few screens in the game that actually lets you get a team report directly on their under-21s from it. Most of the other screens will only let you get a team report on their main team. That's why this screen is so important. Oh, welcome in, Andreski. I assume you're a streamer as well. But that's really kind of you. But that's the way I find them, because that way you know that there's been a recent youth intake at these teams and they're worth a team report, rather than wasting your time getting a team report on teams that may not have had a youth intake recently, because you don't always get the same number of youth intakes every single year when the leagues aren't switched on. If the league is active and playable, then you will get youth intakes for that league every single year and it'll be full, but most leagues obviously you won't have switched on. You're not going to have the Chilean league turned on, are you? So that's the reason I do it like that, basically. And this allows us to sort of... You are still going to occasionally miss a team, but that's generally speaking the way that I structure it like that. Hope that does make sense. Oops. Hang on. I think I missed something. One sec. Quicker than going through youth squads and searching teams. Yeah, but... I mean, yes, you're more than welcome to do that. Bear in mind, I'm just saying that you shouldn't do this. I'm just saying do what you like. But point being with that is you're only going to find players that have got youth caps. So that excludes everyone that hasn't got one yet. And you want to make sure you get in there quickly. But also, remember, I'm not looking for players, I'm looking for clubs. So that doesn't really tell me anything. I mean, it sort of does, but not to the same extent as just looking at them. Also, as far as I'm aware, that won't allow you to get a right-click scout report on those players. Sorry, you can't get a team report from those players. So if I go to a random player here, I can't then get a team report from his club from this screen. Meaning that you then just have to go in, go to their club. Oh, that's a really bad example. go to their club. Oh, for fuck's sake, of course they're all free transfers, Matt. You've literally got it filtered by free transfers. Ignore me. Occasionally I know what I'm doing. Today is not that day. So say I'm scrolling through and I find a guy here. I'm like, oh, okay. Problem is you still have to go click on them once, click on the club, then next. Then you have to go into here. Then you have to go to here to do it. Whereas it's just extra clicks, basically. That's the reason I do it like that. But again, do it however you like. If you find a way that's more efficient for you, then crack on, right? And bear in mind, the other reason as well is that the team reports will also catch players that aren't currently in those squads. So if you say go to, as I was looking at the Chilean thing, let me just go back to the Chile thing. I love this. The Chile under 20 squad. There could be some players that are in that under 20 squad that maybe only 15 or 16 have only just gendered their latest youth intake, but they're not going to be in the national team squads yet because, you know, Chile's quite poggy. But by getting those team reports in here, you're going to suddenly know about any of those players way sooner than the other team. That's the reason I do it like that, basically. Essentially. If I've made myself sort of, I don't know. I kind of just do what's easy for me most of the time, right? I just like manual scouting. Rodrigo Benito, I feel like he maybe just lacks that ceiling, even though he's okay. Carlos Romero, he's wanted by... Okay, so we're signing Carlos Romero, correct? Yeah, Catholic daddies are constantly pogging, basically. Just watch with the sound muted. No, bear in mind, that wasn't me trying to be like a dick. I was just explaining the way I do it like this. And also, if you find a more efficient way, then that's awesome as well, right? I was just trying to explain the reason I do it the way that I do. Because I feel like that is often part of the problem, is that maybe not understanding the reason I do things the way I do. Because there are some things in there that are kind of just like, what's he doing? They didn't bin it into Redgate already, did they? He's okay. It's the fact that he's wanted by PSG that is odd to me. Is it because he's got 3 Paraguay caps? It has to be, right? Lubinek, thank you for the follow. 6 years ago, Andres. Oh, fair one. But hey, there's always back into it. Still seem to go. Paraguay definitely do seem to be. Yeah, I see how much they'd want. He'd want quite large wages too. I don't know if he's really worth it. I think I'd rather just let PSG get him. Watch him become an absolute world beater. Although a B- on Makoviak is exciting. Yeah, the loan farm quality is definitely noteworthy, but this guy is D-rated and he's also £11.5 million. That ain't happening. Right, so... Oh, he's the guy from the next gen list. Liberty Dads are pretty solid, you're right. Right, okay, so this is... Alois... Oh. He's one of those players that's got really nice... We should be raiding Bolivia. Problem with Bolivia is none of our scouts know that it exists. They still have yet to figure out that Bolivia exists. How do you mean, Springtime? I actually think sometimes I can be quite impatient as it goes. It all depends on the mood I'm in. I think I went through a spell earlier in the year when I was a little bit more sassy than I should have been at times. I think it's just because I wasn't really feeling myself I wasn't feeling great about myself in general, and that just makes you in a bad mood. Whereas I've come to a better place lately. Maybe it's the running. I think it could just be the running is really helping. I saw this brilliant thing the other day. It's like depression hates a moving target. And I've really kind of stuck by that. He's quite good, isn't he? Paredo was a good Bolivian, yeah. I'm feeling myself more. Yeah, exactly. Just got to start feeling yourself, chat. Give yourself a little titty rub and everything becomes all right. The problem with him, I suspect, is that great name. I think it's going to be the value. 7.2 million. They're going to probably want somewhere in the range of 5 to 6 mil, I would say. And I just don't think that we're going to be doing... he's not 4 million good. I mean, I don't think we can afford to pay 4 million on him right now. Given the financial situation. We do have the money there, but remember, this money is already our budget for the summer. Because we've already got Europe and Champions League's wrapped up, they've already given us our budgets, and these are they. So I don't think we want to be spending that money immediately. Given that we're already down to like 68 million now, we're probably going to have to look at some sales in the summer. Maybe keep some of these guys shortlisted for a little bit instead. Yeah, I know. Seriously, when I don't exercise, I feel so much worse. I think I need to go for it. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Just make you feel bad. I didn't run today as it goes. I never run on Sundays because I'd have to get up so early to run before I stream on Sunday. I ain't about that life. Although I think when I start my half marathon training plan, I'm probably going to have to run on Sundays too because it requires more running days. Actually, very significantly during Always 5-star. He was 5-star potential at the start, yeah, Ragnar, but that's only because we were kind of shit, so a lot of players were considered 5-star at the very beginning when Eric came through. Do a titty rub. Yes. Do it. You'll feel way better. Most obscure nation you found a good player from? Probably at the moment, Angola, I would say. In our current team, I would say Angola is probably the most sort of surprising nation that we have a ridiculously good player from. Costa Rica have some good players too. Cape Verde. We did have a Cape Verdean goalkeeper at one point. Excellent, but good stuff, yes. Paraguay maybe, but Paraguay still can't. I feel like Angola is a bit more obscure. Portuguese. Bear in mind, he came through at an Angolan side, so he's not like a guy we just randomly plucked out of Portugal that happens to be Angolan. He actually came from an Angolan club as an amateur side. So this is Bartolomé Makoviak, probably butchering his name. I think with him, hang on, let me just clean up the shortlist for a second. Tap by Jack Hill, got a tank tap off the start, went to the grass before the back. Ah, shit. So that means Sutton's... Ah, that sucks. Right. Shortlist. I want to see if there's anyone that doesn't need to be on the shortlist anymore. So Edvaldo doesn't. Milovanovic doesn't. He doesn't. Because they're already joining us. Pavlovic wasn't that good in the end. Bedoya... I think these guys can probably go. Rogstad is already joining us, so he can go. Conch is at PSV. We do care. We just aren't going to be able to sign him. Pretzel we do care about. And Lopez, I think we decided in the end wasn't worth signing. Cool. I'd love a Vietnamese wonder kid. The best place to get them is Lyon. Or occasionally PSG, but mostly Lyon. I think for me...
There's a train coming anytime soon. Oh, yes. Very
I'll shortlist Makoviak for a bit. And Giddy is just obscene. The problem with Giddy is quite simply the £17 million release clause. Which is presumably what that is, right? Imagine being another Brazilian side. Another safety car. God, I'm going to enjoy watching the highlights of that later. Waffenord, thank you for the follow. You got to use some Czechia. Oh, I find that Czechia is really good for Liberian wonder kids. I really want my Gideon. That's the problem. Tout is the next Casemiro. That is a big statement. I think he's the kind of player that if we can drum up the money through the right sales in the summer, but do we need yet another... We are a bit light in that role now that we got rid of Bellingham and we got rid of Nakanishi. We are kind of a bit light in the DLP. Sorry, the RPM, because we've got Navarro, who's kind of had to be adapted to push back there, and Seri. We could always sell Seri and get Giddy. That might be a plan for the summer, because Seri's constantly complaining about wanting to leave. We could get like 50 million for Seri, move Seri on, and get Israel Giddy instead. Yeah, it's really good for Haitians too. Yes, Johnny De Pestra was a Haitian I got from there. I think that's my plan for the summer, maybe. We get rid of Seri, because he's always causing problems, and he constantly wants to leave. And we get a younger, better version. And we get my Gideon. Vietnamese one in Vietnam. Wow. That's actually genuinely surprising. They're always at Slavia. And I believe I tend to find most of the good Haitians at Sparta. We'll do Wednesday Sat. Taiwan. Seriously, we have so... There was a really good Thai player that we nearly got earlier in this save, but he ended up signing for Porto in the end, unfortunately. Is he punt worthy? It depends on your circumstances a lot of the time, right? Because he's... Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, God, yes. At that price, easy punt. He's always ready for a punt. Aggression's a little bit low. He ain't playing as a right back, put it that way. Like, man's got no pace, particularly. No crossing, no dribbling. He's a great centre-back, though. Tackling is only 12, which means it's not going to get that good, but still, solid. Amazing nations for treaty. Ooh, I don't know. We probably did have some great ones for treaty. I'm trying to think who we had for treaty that was, like, surprising. And now I can't think. I can't really think of any treaty players outside of Emmett Doran and Thais Freeze. He could be Gideon, true. Miguel Sanchez. God, he's got 36 caps now. He's only made 14 sub appearances this season. Favorite late night game? I don't really play games late night, generally speaking. Like, my late night thing is mostly just watching... Well, lately for me, Pog, we've just been watching old Top Gear episodes, because when we were in that hotel last week, obviously we didn't have access to, like, any streaming services other than iPlayer on it. So we were like, well, what do we do here? We'll just watch old Top Gear episodes. But I'm normally in bed, but I like reading in bed late at night rather than playing games. I find that it keeps me way too wired otherwise. Mac Barto. If we sign him, definitely. I like a good read. I'm reading a book at the moment called What is it called? Something to Wish For by Scott Merry. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. Paraguayan. Oh yeah, I didn't do the Paraguayan national team thing, did we? Super auto bets are. Oh, I started playing a game yesterday called Blue Light Inherit Sleep. Yes. Exactly. So even when I'm on my phone after a certain time, I have like a red light filter thing that goes across it. I've started playing a game yesterday called Across the Obelisk. It's like Slay the Spire, but it can be co-op up to 4 people, and it's way more complicated, and it's exactly what I want. How many would you recommend having in a squad at any one time? To be fair, I'm the worst possible example of that, Mace, because I will just have as many as I can possibly handle, because I don't tend to think about that really a lot of the time. I tend to mostly just think about how many can I have. But you want at least, I would say at least 3, because you want striker, you want substitute backup that plays often a lot of the time, and you want the one beyond that in case there's injuries as well. You want negative 127 at least. Let's Bolivia. We'll get to Bolivia because we've got the scout reports are coming in. Like, I have scouted Bolivia. We'll get to them when we get to them, basically. Me looking at Bolivia now isn't going to get a scout reports on Bolivia any faster, basically. Like, they are coming. We're currently at... Where are we at on the scout report? On the team reports currently. We're up to Gabon in Africa. So we've got all of these to get through first. Then we'll quickly nip to Australia and some of the Asian ones. And then after that, a little bit of North America. It's going to be a little while. A couple of months, I suspect, before we fully get to the South Americans. But that should mean that we'll be encountering the South American ones across the... Wait, no, I say this every year, don't I? This happens every single time when I find Daniel Singh. The closest we're going to get to Dan Singh is... To be fair, that is Dan Singh. Don't know if he's in the moonlight or not. You know the song Dancing in the Moonlight by Top Loader? Pog used to think that song was by Jamie Oliver. Unironically. I don't know why that just occurred to me. Check Bolivia. But what am I checking them for? Why? Because basically... See, look. A few people in chat. Because I believe the song Dancing in the Moonlight was used as like an intro for a cooking show that he did a long time ago. Potentially. That's all I can imagine. Or it was used in like... It was definitely something to do with his TV show. Senior Scouts, no, there's no reason to. Your team reports don't need to be distributed to anyone in particular because you get 1 a day no matter how many you assign to. You could assign them to the same scout and you'd still get 1 a day. I did try to assign a lot of them to Gonzalo. So what exactly am I checking for Bolivia? Because, like I said, again, the scouting has already been done. We just have to wait for the reports to get through at the moment. I mean, their full national team actually does have quite a lot of youngsters in it, to be fair. Well, some sort of 23. That's another one of our guys, actually. So we do have one guy in the squad still. I don't know if Paredo's still knocking about. There he is, Eduardo. At Uipest, 25 years old now. Oh yeah, of course, because he's been there long enough, hasn't he? I wouldn't be surprised if San Sebastian gets one too. Dancing in the Turkey Twizzler. It was the theme of his... That's what it is then. Yeah, so Pog actually thought that he did the song Dancing in the Moonlight. Oh, how I laughed when I figured that out. I'll refund your points for that because I don't feel like I can really show you too much. But we will eventually get to the reports. Yep, you could assign every single team report. You could assign 500 team reports to the same scout and you will still get them through 1 a day. And if you assigned them equally among 25 scouts, you'd still get 1 team report a day. It does not matter, even on iota. That's your tune. I like it. Okay, this is actually really important. 1 per team. Was it FM21 when they actually still had that? Because it was way more powerful back in the day. You used to be able to get a lot of team reports back in the day. I would say so, yeah. Just literally, if I had the time and patience, I would just assign them all to Gonzalo, but sometimes it's just easier to click. One thing I could do is nickname Gonzalo so he appears at the top of the scouting thing, so I always click him. That might be a good strat for that. So, Tex-Mex here. I'm going to start with Castillo through the front today because Bobby did not really cut the mustard in the last game there. Patrice is going to get a chance here, but he is on incredibly thin ice. Man is a fat penguin right now. Team reports automatically transfer to another scout. I don't know, Craig, honestly. I hadn't really thought about it. But it's something to definitely have a look at. I hope so. SecondYellowCard viewers also watch, and then there's someone playing Railroads online, which means loving a bit of railway action, aren't we all? You need it. Underscore Gonzalo in it, yeah. I imagine it's because... I don't know, you know. I mean, Penguins, they have a great time, right? Monogamous? Ain't that lovely all? Rhys James is still playing. 142 England caps for Reece James. So they've actually played... They've got Kunwali on the left-hand side this time. Interesting. Which is... Oh, look at this. They're playing Andrew Kunwali on the left. He's got not really got much of a left foot. Which means... Hang on, I've got a great idea on him. Show him a weaker foot, right? Because he's going to be struggling to cross with his left if we keep forcing him onto his left foot. He's definitely the weak point in this Chelsea team. 100% is. He actually is, yeah. Which is, yeah, Kevin at Rochdale. Bizarre. Right, Patrice, I need you to be good for me today, bud. Oh, damn. LMS is nearly back. God, how we could do with LMS today. Reece James and Trent. And midfield, God, it's like every football Twitter's dream, isn't it? Although, I know, I was watching the Liverpool game yesterday, and I did notice that, was Trent playing in midfield, or was he just playing as like a... Was he playing as a right back, but then moving into midfield when in possession? Because I wasn't sure what... They kept making a big deal of it, and I wasn't sure what he was actually playing, or whether it was just like an in-possession shape Liverpool were trying. I don't bother scouting English players most of the time. He's playing as a 6, really? So who was playing right back then? Oh, so he was still playing at right back, but he was a 6 in possession. Right, okay, I thought so. I did find it weird because I couldn't see another right back on the pitch, and I figured it was like some in possession that you literally can't do in FM. That'd be kind of sick, wouldn't it? Imagine that. If you could have in possession and out of possession formation switching. How sick would that be? That kind of control would be amazing. No, I think it actually worked quite well. There was that great chance when he burst in behind and just miscontrolled it because he was looking for the pass, but... Oh, it must be very realistic. Yeah. I want to see... Yes, I do. Right. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, it felt like when they were in possession, Robertson almost wasn't going as forward as much, and it was almost becoming like a back three with Robertson slotting in on like as almost like an advanced wide centre-back occasionally. Yeah, just think of the ways you could break the game with that. I want to choose what they sell in the club shop. That'd be great. Little immersion stuff. Invert back A, I guess. But I feel like in FM, if you actually tried that, it wouldn't have quite the same effect. Right, we've got a huge task on our hands here. We need an early goal. I think if we concede first, it might well be curtains for us. But we need the guys to actually turn up today. We need Tex-Mex and the boys to do the business. He did it away from home. He's got such a lovely passing range. Oh, Malero, please, switch it across. Abdul Nabi! He's got it back again. Malero! Inside 5 minutes. European specialist, Alberto Malero. Okay, why? I'm an idiot for not starting him in the last game. He obviously had to come on after the injury to Castillo, but I feel like we've definitely missed him not starting the pitch. This is a great pass from Tex-Mex as well. And the fact that Malero actually does try to find that pass, it's a terrible pass from Abdul Nabi. It's a great finish. Keeper's unsighted. Come on. Right back in this. Come on. That's amazing, Ollie. Fair play. Oh, hang on. These don't go in anymore, do they? So we can't expect to see a goal from this, but it might at least challenge the keeper. Oh my God, it's in. Holy shit. What a free kick from Jose Castillo. That is remarkable. It's 2-2. Sorry, it's 3-3 inside 9 minutes. And Castillo... Well, brilliant. Fantastic replay there. Bravo. Malero has been fantastic for this team. We're already level pegging. Oh, 2-0 in 9 minutes. Right, now we've just got to keep the pressure on them. They literally don't go in anymore most of the time. If anything, usually when they're closer, they don't go in as much. But that was still awesome. What a great free kick. Oh, hang on a minute. Can Malero put this on someone's head, perhaps? Imagine if Patrice scored from a set piece or something to redeem himself. Malero. It's a bit isolated out wide, but we could second phase them here. If Malero could find the pass. Yes, he's found Velasquez, of all people. Come on. Keep the possession. If we got another goal here, that'll put a lot of pressure on Chelsea. Because then they'd have to start coming at us. Because they'd actually be behind in the tie. Look at the intricate football. Silva over to the right side. Pops it a goal, and it's a good save from Vasiliev. Did they both... You're right, they did both come from Kumale. Do you reckon it's because he's sitting more narrow, because he's naturally right-footed, so he's sort of shifting across a bit more, and it's providing so much space for the likes of Abdul Nabi as Montiel's header is... Okay, weird. How's Kumwali done so far? Yeah, 6.2, which means he must have a mistake leading to a goal to his name so far. We're absolutely killing Chelsea down the right-hand side, where Malero happens to be. But we need to keep at it. been a strong start from us without creating anything magical since then. Oh, surely not. He can't do it again, can he? Castillo. Oh, now we're not focusing on the play down that side because I find that if you do that, I find that it doesn't work very well. Although he is playing even worse, so we could take advantage of that in the second half, but I'm worried about doing that. I tend not to like it very often when that happens. Right. I'm going to praise them. We have to. I still might turn it off of the work ball of the box and try to be a bit more aggressive. We could play down this side. It's worth a go, right? If it doesn't start to look good in the first 20 minutes of the second half, we could just turn it off again. He must be the one giving away the free kicks. To be fair, when he's up against Silva and Malero, they're running at him and causing all sorts of issues. I can still only encourage them because we're technically at 3-3, even though we're playing really well. I'm curious to see if they actually bring him off at some point or if he survives the entire game. Surely the AI will be smart enough to take him off. Okay. We haven't created anything concrete in the second period yet, but I'm content to stick with it for now. This has got like Chelsea late goal from a corner written all over it, hasn't it? It was a great start, and we've been good defensively so far today. Haven't really looked threatened. It's true, if he's playing there must be a reason why, presumably. He's on the ball again. I think part of the issue for them as well is that he's probably not getting forward anywhere near as much because he's being pressed back so much. I mean, look, what an aimless pass into Dala that was. It's just given us the ball back. This is nice. We're getting a bit more space on the pitch too. Is Reece James struggling? So both their fullbacks are actually struggling massively here. Malero, here's the pass. Tex-Mex is in. Oh, he could square this to his teammate. He has squared it to Castillo. What an absolute hero. That is amazing. I can't believe that. It's 3-0 and I've never seen a player do that before. He's cleaned through on goal and he's actually squared it. What an absolute hero. Look at this. He nearly fucked it up, by the way. Castillo only just sneaks that in. Oh. To be fair, the passing was... The pass wasn't superb. He didn't exactly help Castillo with that pass then. It needed to be a bit softer, but he has had an absolutely... I've genuinely never seen a striker go through on goal and pass the ball like that before. To be fair, he wasn't a striker, but still. Oh, no, please. Come on, not like this. Patillo, yes! Come on. No need to go so quickly there, bud. Kunwa Lee is now on a 5.9 in this game, and they've still not been able to take him off. Malero again fires it over the top for Castillo. Could he kill the tie potentially? Castillo's in on goal, and he's done it. It's 4-0. That is... And by the way, once again, the pass from Malero. He played that ball through for Tex-Mex, and he's done it again here. He's just getting into beautiful positions, waiting for the run, firing it through. It's 4-0 to MTK Budapest. This is a beautiful finish from Castillo as well. Cross the keeper, 4-0. Holy shit. And a hat-trick for Castillo. We are on fire at the moment. Do I even want to make subs at this point? Maybe Velázquez. Just to keep him on the pitch more than anything else. Silva's not had too much of an impact today, so maybe Yeboah for a bit, but I think I might just leave the rest of them. Bobby Tree, I mean, I'm happy having both of them being strikers, honestly, for us. How have we managed to win 4-0 at the moment, by the way, off of that? We've just created absolutely crucial opportunities repeatedly. 5.9 for Kunwa Lee. I mean, that is some performance. Malero and Castillo have just killed them, and Tex-Mex as well. Clear it, maybe? Get a breakaway going? Oh, he's going to get it here. Look at the amount of players they've got up. We've got like a 7-on-1 here. If we don't find a good opportunity out of this, I'll be mad. It's Yamin, of all people, firing it forward. Alexis Yamin. Can he pull it across as well? It's Yeboah. Pulls it across for... It's 5-0. Alberto Malero. If anyone deserved another goal today, it's Alberto Malero. And we've beaten Chelsea 5-0. Holy shite. I mean, Tex-Mex has been a star today, but Malero and Castillo have killed it. This is a great pick out from Yeboah as well, to fire that all the way across. 5-0. Oh, the Yamin was only there because of the fact that it was a counter-attack. So we just wanted anybody to get forward, I suppose. 5-0 hammering. Malero and Castillo. Wow. He got a 5.4 in the end. I'll tell you what, right? We did some good analysis before that match to actually go and target him to find that out, because I feel like that doesn't happen anywhere near as efficiently without that little bit there. Because I mean, Reece James was trash as well in this game, but Kunwa Lee with a 5.4. That's staggeringly awful. Good shit. Yeah, I do love... What I will say is, like, obviously we complain about little things in FM, but we found a flaw in Chelsea there and exploited it to the nth degree. That man will never play again. Oh. Yeah. They're just suddenly, hey, you're really good now. You've got the next Haaland. True. So Bayern are through. We went out to Bayern last year. Yeah, he's like, can I please go back to Leicester? He's feeling very Mark Cucurella right now. I assume he must have got injured because, bear in mind, Kunwa Lee tore us apart in that first leg. Well, certainly in the first half. £9 million, very, very useful. A hat-trick for Castillo. He's just... I actually kind of like having both Bobby Tree and Castillo around. They clearly have their purposes and can both sort of interchange in the squad. I think I'm no longer on the I definitely want to sell Jose Luis at this point. Oh. Ooh. Some more fixture rearrangements to when we will play Bayern Munich, of course. So we got knocked out by Bayern at the semis last year. Are you joking? Okay. To be fair, we could add like a recovery session in there, I suppose. And maybe a recovery session. I don't want to lose too much match sharpness, though, because that does definitely reduce it. Oh, yeah, no, Bobby's been killing it. Who's on ahead of you? It is Todd Saldana is the new Hoyd. This is he. Rather good. But we're just hoping for anyone to do better than Emmett, really. Oh, go on. Mustafa Rashid. Oh, wow. And he's only 20. Yeah, he's insane. 6.5 million as well is very good for a Turkish player, too. They're usually very expensive. Holy shit. And he's got that little extra half star. Oh, God, here we go again. Nope. Ah. So Todd's got a few years to try and win us over. And if not, well, Todd Cantwell's in. Whew. Okay. Yeah, we tried to sign Peter Curry, but he wanted like £22,000 a week, even though he'd never had a job before. I admire that kind of confidence in a man. I'm just like, you're also deluded. Yeah, we ended up getting that Todd in the end. Holy shit. Right then. Well, this has suddenly gone a lot better. So coefficient-wise, 15.5. France have... They're matching us on the year, but they are still the same distance behind us. Germany are having a lovely time, unfortunately. You can see that we are still sitting 6th on the year, which isn't the end of the world, but with only us left, it's difficult. So who's actually left in Europe? So Man United or Inter versus Real Madrid or RB Leipzig. Jesus. All right. Well. Oh. Bayern is going to be very difficult. Like, we got knocked out last... That's the second straight semi-final season, though. So Real Madrid and Inter are through. Rooney Bargy with a goal. I feel for Leipzig there. They've actually done quite well. Taking Real Madrid nearly all the way. Munana here. Yeah, I think I went after way too many teams from Gabon in this one. There's not really showing a lot there. He's halfway between Todd Cantwell and Todd Bowen. Literally, yeah. So he's going through these rounds. I guess they can have those guys as well. Why not, right? Manga Sport. They love their Japanese comics. Ooh, not quite. Right, who's through the next round of these? And so Ajax are through. FC Köln are through, helping Germany even further. Italy had a team guaranteed to go through. Spurs absolutely twatted Sevilla. Nice are through. Fenerbahce, Wolves, and Real Sociedad. Right. It's annoying that Nice went through because that's going to be more help for France. The key is just to stay ahead of France this season. Because there's every chance that we could potentially lose the French thing. What the hell? Crucial title back. What, like 15 points clear? What are you on about? I love how we're not even on the charts this year. We were right in that battle last season. Next year's going to be very tough as well, though. With the fact that we're going to have 7 teams in Europe. The dilution is going to be a killer. A couple of these guys. Oh, he doesn't look as good, but this guy, Kote Jaliu. Ooh. Okay. Jalilu. Nice tempos. That composure is really important, but he's driven. He might be a really nice cheap pickup, potentially. Yeah, but I'd still rather... I'd rather play them than Real Madrid. Let's put it that way. If we were to get to a final. I'd much rather have a final against RB Leipzig. When actually is those games? Oh, of course, there's quite a lot... Whoa, there's 3 league games in between. We might have to do a bit of sinning. Load offers? Really? Just in the middle of nowhere? I guess it's because the Norwegian window's opened. Here comes the manager. In it. I mean, how far are we actually clear? I said 50. It's 14 points for actually here rather than 50. But Velasquez, player of the season potentially as well for him. Callum, thank you for the follow. Oh, wait, no, that was Asante Kotoko. We have to look at them. Akwasi Yeboah. I do fancy another Yeboah. We could always have the next Yakubu Yeboah. Maybe that is he. So we can play kind of whoever we want for these games now because I'm not doing that, though. If they're going to play, they're going to play in the roles that I have assigned them. I don't want Tex-Mex out wide ever again. I still can't believe that he looked for a pass when he was one-on-one with a goalkeeper and it actually came off. Like, in my wildest dreams, I would not have expected a player running through on goal to do that. But I guess that's what shoot less often does for you, occasionally, when a player actually listens. Particularly, doesn't Tex-Mex have like 8 teamwork or something, as someone said in chat? So, which is surprising that he actually followed the instructions so correctly. Maybe he just really likes being a number 10. Plus, we're still on for hopefully finishing with a higher goal difference than... Oh my god. Well, we certainly are now. I was going to say, we're still very much on for getting a higher goal difference than our points tally, and a 10-0 win will do that. Who got the assists in this game? Did Tex-Mex... Tex-Mex did get an assist at least. Malero got 3 goals and 3 assists in this match. He's fine out wide. He is very much totally fine out wide. Uipesh with another win. Vashas with a good win there against Molfehvar. That's 4-0. Jesus. Okay. It's come out of nowhere. Malero has still got 15 goals and 17 assists this season. Do you know what? Actually, look at him off the right. When he started on the right, he's actually been somehow even more effective. Maybe it's because we used to keep starting him on the left. Malero is so good. I enjoy him so very much. He's just so consistent. Over a long period of time, too. Vashas are coming for Haladash. I hope that you're right, they are. Hopefully... Oh, no, but Vashas, they do have a game in hand, at least, Haladash. I think they'll be fine. I hope so, because they've got a lot of... They have most of our highly praised young players. Left is the Trek. True, yeah. It could just be that he just doesn't like the Trek roll as much. But the Trek roll still does loads of stuff. Because remember the goal... The couple of the good balls that he put through in that game for the Castillo goal and for the one that Tex-Mex passed. Both of those goals, he was on the left-hand side, cutting in and playing those balls through the middle. So he clearly can play that role. Maybe it's just more in the middle of a game when he just ends up in that role. It seems like he's better when he starts on the right. I don't know if that... Maybe that makes a difference because of all the player swapping. So Cowish won. Tingram. Andrew Watson. Hang on. Who does Andrew Watson drive for? It's not a name I'm familiar with. Lawson Jan. Oh, mercenary as well. Okay. Love Sadiq Afori Ziggy. Oh, what, is that Power Max? Or have they got a different team name now? So he's A+ now. His value seems to have dropped. I think we should probably get in on Deramaz now. It's very rare that our scout will ever call a player A+. And I think now might be the time to move on him. Get rid of all of these guys. I say get rid of. Continue. Pog's now asking me what we're doing for dinner. Because Pog has been driving to work the last couple of days, which is kind of cool. Just going to... sort that out there too. I'm so used to just going to McDonald's on a Sunday night. There is an Asher. I assume it's probably what was Power Max, right? Could be that the game doesn't recognize it. That's a good point. Oh no, it definitely doesn't. So that I will tell you for free. It doesn't tell you. So if you start, say for example, right, Brown and Silver. If he starts on the left, it will only consider him to have played on the left when you say games played in position. It only counts when they start for that, potentially. And he's got that extra white star, and you know we love that. So Peggy 17 in this case, but also not for us. Mayella, he was the guy that I thought was going to look trash when he was fully scouted, and he kind of does, to the surprise of no one. James Brown of Arsenal. Can we now finally see if he feels good? Wait, hang on. I saw something up there. I don't think he feels that good. Yeah, Pog was a little bit concerned at first just because it was longer drives and having to use the park and ride and stuff. But she did it yesterday because there was rail replacement buses. And now she likes it. But that's just cool. Morales is 30. Why are we being shown him? Jan Hansen, who I would call Jansen. I just don't think he's got the... not for me. Pog is once again messaging me. Okay. So Drillon Salii was the guy from Sandhausen. I just don't think he's that good. Oh, he is good. But I don't think he's quite cheap. Low consistency. Resolute personality, though. Hasn't only Juan. No, because he's Danish. That only applies to South America. Sandhausen, that's German second tier, right? Yeah. So Bundesliga Zweit. Or Zweite Bundesliga. So second tier in German. Only Ans. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's true. Pretty good for our Yeah, it's the 4K a week. I suspect that he'd want quite a lot of money, and I just don't think we'd be... I just don't think he's that good. Let's be honest. I feel like we have to move on Derame. Because I honestly, as a Trek Otis, the fact that he's a natural Trek, we could even train him to play out wide. Because he's not slow. So we could occupy the Trek role on the left. And that extra that extra half star makes me excited. Let me just see who did the scout report. Gonzalo. So the weird little picture at the top of Derame. Basically, when I did... That would be Carr. He's a streamer. For some reason, when I did the playoffs earlier this season, there was like a logo pack put in, and for some reason it conflicted with the reserve teams of random teams in Argentina. So a lot of their reserve teams in this league have got faces as their badges. Not all of them, but you'll see a couple more in a minute. It's very bizarre. What should be the only one in now? I, for some reason, was never able to find my own one. Out of all of that, I never found my own face. I think we sign him. Unless he won't talk to us. Now he will. He wants quite large wages, but he's an absolutely phenomenal talent, presumably. If he's got that extra there, I feel like he's bound to be. It's youth teams as well, yeah. I just don't exist. We never did find me. In all of it. Hang on, is his name Z-Cobra? Z-Cobra? That's amazing. That's so good. It means bookmarks. So basically, it means that I can click this and it will take me straight to the thing that I've clicked, so I can look straight to the coefficients. You can put... So in the game, you can bookmark anything you like, and then you can pin them down here, so it just makes it much easier to get to them, basically. That is part of the skin. Hey, Eric. Hard time. Oh, yeah, you're not going to find any roaming playmakers in lower league England. Just not a chance. But what I would say is, it doesn't matter too much. The game is really weird about... roaming playmakers. So I wouldn't worry about the low stars. At one point, we were playing like grey starred out players as a roaming playmaker, and they were like 2 or 3 stars in any other position. As long as they're a good DLP and they've got a little bit of maybe mobility about them, they're fine. The game is just weird about it. It's probably Deportivo Moron. Probably. Cobra Commander, yes. Newell's Old Boys one would make the most sense, I would say. Right, let's make this bid. Particularly if it... My guess is they're going to want more than this. I reckon they want about 8 million. I'll pay them 4.6. He's so worth it for 4.6. We see his personality. Fairly professional. Determination is solid. But it's rare that we see an A+ in our scout reports, honestly. And that's when you just got to do it. The fact that he's willing to be a future prospect too is remarkable. He would kill it for a loan team. Maybe like a Haladash next. Or he could go to like Debrecen or Honvéd next year. And he also benefits from being Argentinian. I say he benefits. We benefits from him being Argentinian. Which means we get to bundle in all these clauses. And time down for 8 years. There we go. Juan Cruz Deramaes. Kishvada maybe, yeah. Yeah, it just means work in progress. But that's what the bookmarks bar does. He's literally a Juan. But hey, look at that. A result for Kishvada. They're not out of the race for 9th yet. Presumably. Although Holodash... Yeah, that's getting a little bit closer now. Doing Chelsea contracts. Damn right. I wonder if they'll change that for the coming... The FM24, that you can actually offer outright 8-year contracts rather than with the optional extensions, since that seems to be a thing that clubs are now doing to amortize transfers over a longer period of time. I mean, someone has to fix the Kishvada mess. I'm really hoping that they sack their manager, honestly, because he's done a terrible job. Their expectations must be, like, what's the job security in this league looking like? Insecure. How is man secure? How could he possibly... Are they, like, happy with being one of the worst? How can we use that column? Which column? Which column are we talking about? Didn't we just do that fixture? They must have won as well. Yeah, I want to do an 8-year optional. No, 8-year contract with an 8-year optional extension. I want to be able to sign a 16-year contract. Just to go, we'd abuse that. Just every Brazilian wonder kid comes through, put them on an 8-year deal with an 8-year extension, and they'll never have to extend the contract. That'd be so broken. Ooh, say do see say. Say it ain't so. Nice. Don't mind a bit of that. And, oh, they are not good, are they? So we're getting Derame. Nice. Never have to up the wages, I know. I mean, you will at some point just because they'll start complaining, but you'd be amazed how long we can keep some of these guys on those lower contracts. Second leg score against Chelsea was, and I shit you not, 5-0. We won 5-0. And as a result, are now through. To be fair, I can totally understand why there would be an issue there. We absolutely twatted them in the second leg because they played that... You know the right back that tore us apart in the first leg? They played him at left back in the second leg. We targeted him before the game had even started, and he got a 5.4 rating in the game, and almost all the goals were sort of directly his fault in some way. Malero got a hat-trick. No, Malero got 3. Castillo got a hat-trick. Malero got 2. Castillo got a hat-trick. Tex-Mex had another ridiculously good performance. Squared a ball when he was clean through on goal. Things you'd love to see. It's still another... All right, so this is still as full strength as we can go, isn't it? If Tex-Mex is having a rest, then I'm fine playing Malero as the 10 for this one. So we're only going to sim it anyway to get us up to the Bayern Munich game. Explore their options with 14. Yeah. Like, you'll be a completely different person. All of your cells will have changed by the time that contract's up. I wouldn't worry about it, mate. Not at this point. That must be our youth intakes finishing. This should still be a straightforward win. I think we've kind of already got it in the bag as far as having the higher... We're probably going to score more goals this season than any other season, which is a good sign that we're progressing in the right direction still. Only 3-0, but Silva, Malero, Yeboah, a red for Abdul Nabi. 37... He probably two-footed someone, let's be clear. How many goals have we scored this season now? 101. We're very close to... The record, I think, is 109 for us. Highlight colour. Ah! This is part of the... it's a newer update to the skin, Ollie. So basically now, Saz has added it so that Champions League games show in blue, cup matches show in green, and then friendlies are in purple. So it's much easier to zero in straight away on what competitions you were playing in. It's a really little nice feature of the skin. I think it's in the latest version. Yeboah's out for... Ooh, shit. It's much easier to see what we're looking at. The original version was way too gopping because I just told Saz some random colours when we were sorting it out and it looked really terrible. But now that we've kind of discussed it and come to conclusions... Hang on, what? Montiel drops concerns about competition objective. Was that the cup? I swear that wasn't the cup. Wasn't that the league? When drop his... When were you... What? But hang on, us winning the league has assuaged him from us not winning the cup. Yeah, just download the latest version of the skin and just replace it. I guess it's because we've achieved the objective for the season. He would, of course, change his mind again should we then lose to Molfehavar in the cup final. This year, there's no reason for us to do that, so it's all good. It was last year where it kind of... I wasn't even trying to lose it last year, but it did actually end up happening as well. We hadn't won the league for nearly a year. That's very true. He was getting antsy. Jarju... Oh, right. I was going to say, how did Jarju get a fine? But... It's Jarju, I suppose. Pereira, everything. I mean, I kind of agree with him to an extent, but every time I try to talk to him about it, he agrees with me. He's too agreeable, damn it. Am I the crowbar? Maybe that's what it is. Magnificent Malero. Wait, what? I guess I could praise his form. He is having an absolutely worldy of a season, in fairness. Oh, Schwab Virginia. Oh, it's nice to see. How is he getting on? Is he still at Al Hilal? What's his con? Oh, he's still got 2 years left. Okay. Yeah, Malero was 16 and 17 this year. He's insane. So the one player out of the youth intake that's... He has actually been upgraded to 3.5 stars, but just barely, is Basile Put. So there we go. How did he not get... I mean, that might be his first fine ever, actually. Ooh. Tetuan. Maybe... Nope. Okay, wow, have they had a youth intake like this? Their last youth intake must have been like 4 years ago. That's why. Problem with Brandon Silva is every time I've tried to extend his contract, he's been wanted. Let's see if I can... This should be okay. Right, okay. But the problem is, then if I then try to offer him a contract... hopefully we can get him on a new contract before... Yeah, that is concerning. Otherwise, we could end up having to bin him off for 150 million in the summer. Oh, no. But I do really like Brandon Silva now. He's finally sort of became the player that we knew he could be. He's got over a year left on his contract, but it's still not long. It's because every time I've been in a position where... Oh, I've frozen. Every time I've been in a position where I can extend his contract, he's always been wanted. And everyone else has been fine, but I've just not been able to get him an extension for like the last 2 years because of that reason. I think if we get a big enough... I might still have to consider it. The problem is he is very good, and he has now actually finally developed into the player we were hoping he would be. Like, if you look at his record this season as well, 16 goals and 15 assists. He has really stepped it up. Although he did have a better year that year. But you can see that his average rating has got better year upon year upon year for the team. And I think that makes a huge difference to what he's been able to achieve. So I really do like him now. Now that he got rid of the consistency issues, I think that seems to make a huge difference. So it's either I get him a new contract this summer, or he has to be sold. I think it's probably the situation we're in. Ooh, Nasarawa United. Adeniyi Sam? Very brave. Yeah, this is the thing. I like this, but I love this. Hang on. Oh, you're right. He's Taiwanese. Henry Babalola. Nigerian Taiwanese. That's a lovely. How many do you come up? Well, yeah. I mean, we could. No, because Gideon. Because the plan is get rid of Seri, get Gideon. Trading up, basically. Also, Femi Bassi Uwalabi is a great name, too. I don't think these guys are ever going to be amazing, but John Mustafa, too. Why not? Unambitious? Nah, maybe not. Maybe we'll give you a miss. We'll swerve him. Ubong Paul is a good name too. Success Anyanwu. Yes. Love it. Sell a Clogger to Dortmund. Well, I think the plan is going to be to sell Seri. And Seri constantly wants to leave. And you can see that he has only 2 years left on his deal. I reckon there's the potential to get 50, 60, 70 million for Seri. He's unhappy. He wants to leave. He's wanted by all these sides. I think Seri... We could get close to 70 million for him, potentially. And Patrice is developing even more. He just needs to develop into not being useless in that one game. But we do need to get Gideon, for sure. Because he's a lot younger as well. And bear in mind, it's not like we're losing a homegrown player, because Seri was never homegrown either. So we won't miss out there. Seri can play centre-back, true. So Dortmund will probably have an interest there. What about there? Oh, finally! Abdou Barai. Jovial. The lesser-spotted Jovial. We need to giddy up. Yes, we do. A couple of 16-year-old guys here as well. Mustafa and Bay, which means they must be from the most recent youth intake. Really weird attributes. I don't even know what to make of that. Any about Abba and Do? Yes, they do. That's why we scouted them. Well, actually, the reason I scouted them was because they had players in the youth intake. Right, Debrecen. So this is rotation now. So Castillo will not start, but Castillo will start the next game. So Bobby Tree is starting this one. Silver ain't going nowhere near the team today. Contavrakis and Pereira are probably. Then Velasquez is the RPM. No, I will play Seri for that, even though he's knackered. Terranova. LMS is back, but if he is back, I'd maybe rather play Patrice and Jargi for this game, although we can't play Jargi because he's suspended. So I guess Julpa's in again. Then Ruben, once again. I might just nickname him Ruben at this point. Evan Polden. Okay, that should be everyone. Rotated in and out. I think Bobby does need a couple of goals just to keep the pressure going. Does the gritty? Maybe. Wait, who's getting a number? Oh, wow. Okay, is that how desperate we are that Guthmunder has actually got into the first team squad for this game? To be fair, he is very good. He just needs a loan. Bad. I hope so, Jason. I mean, I just try to make... I'm lazy in the grand scheme of things, so I just try to find ways to make it easier for me, and sometimes that ends up with a system that works quite well. So I'm like, well, I might as well make a video about it, you know? It's not like I'm sat here like trying to scour the world in FM trying to... Fucking Jesus. We are way better on instant result than we are when we actually play the games. Ojeda got 4 goals in that match from 10. Bobby got 2 assists at least. We play as everyone's like, I don't know. I think I always try to find inefficiencies and then try to exploit that and make it better for everybody, I suppose. So that to me is quite lazy, but I also feel like it's just if it helps other people, right? Yeah, we're definitely going to break the goal scoring record this season. I think that actually equals the goal scoring record. Ojeda's actually had an underrated season as a backup in the league this year. Like 14 starts, 13 goals and 8 assists in the league this year. For him is ridiculously good. And he looks exactly like Alejandro Volcan. Find great workarounds. Yeah, I really do need to go see a doctor again about that. Because I'm going to... Well, after that, of all things? Hell no. 18 grand a week. Are you mad, Bobby? Yeah, not happening. Because I need to get back into either in the NHS pipeline, but also with Psychiatry UK, just start getting that stuff done, because I know it's going to take months, and if I don't, then it's going to be a problem. But it's, yeah, I need to get myself fixed. Basically. Dilano. Dilano, thank you very much for the follow. Marcus? Not add to match sharpness. I don't know. The game's a bit weird. Do you agree with instant result? People say it's cheating. How's it cheating? I would love someone to explain how they think it's cheating. I'm trying to figure out the logic to that. I realize you're not saying that. I'm just trying to work out what logic that would be. Surely it would only be cheating if you... No, I genuinely can't figure it out. Because it's just simulating the game as if you're just making... If anything, you're actually, generally speaking, going to have less chance at winning because you can't make tactical changes during it. Can't work out the logic. But also, as I said, it's a single player. As I always say, it's a single player game, right? Alaku is okay. He needs a loan. I've decided he's not going to get much first team football, so we need to get him a loan if we can. But that'll be for the summer. Exercise is definitely helping with that, yeah. Because you get better results when you do it. I mean, that's just... I mean, do you remember what happened when we tried to instant result with our right backless system? And to be honest, if you get better results when you do it, then isn't that just the game being, like, not up to scratch then? Regardless, you know why we do it. We do it because there's sometimes just no reason to watch those games when we're clearly going to win, and we have things that are way more prioritizable, I suppose, such as the Champions League matches. It allows us to get through seasons way quicker. I see. This is, yeah. Oh, he's not as good as... Wow, he's much worse than... I still think he's worth signing, right? Speedrun's an exception. I guess so, yeah. But ain't nobody out here speedrunning FM. Yeah, the reason the right back listing lost when we did instant result is because you really had to babysit it loads, if you remember. A lot. Robin Wood, thank you very much for the 19 months. How's it going? Did they really miss the progress? Was that like a friendly? Give on the game early because it's not free time. Well, exactly, yeah. Like, we would have so much less progress in this save if we couldn't, like, yeah. That's true, Clueless Dining Table. That is a good point. I have always thought about that if there was a few ways to speedrun. You could argue that Clates sort of speedrun things when he did the winning the Champions League with Ajax. You know, when he doesn't stop until he wins it. That was kind of a speedrun in a way. I've always thought that there would be like a getting sacked without resigning speedrun. Jack would be ineligible for this, of course. But that'd be quite a fun one. I'm having a great time, Robin. We hammered Chelsea, and that's always good. That's every day is better when that happens, right? Unless you're a Chelsea fan, I suppose. Sorry, Inferno. Yeah, he's super cheap. Actually, we'll keep that in there. We'll get rid of that. You can have a friendly, because we know that you're never going to call it in. Jack just catching strays for no reason. So in the season, it's a different way. Exactly, because think about it. Luke would never be able to make those videos if he had to play the entire seasons. That would just be such a waste of his time. Imagine me having to like play through the seasons of Career Resurrection videos. That would not go well. Yeah, we're playing Bayern in the next round. Where did Shabalala come back from? I think he's one of these players I've been unable to discard, isn't he? Oh, no. Okay. There's Farag. Oh, no. Cleopatra, man. Coming at you. Not doing the first... Oh, that was hilarious. I feel like outside of those things, right? You'd have to find the way to do it. Potter, but he could be quite expensive because Egypt. And look at the wages. Egyptian players always want moon wages. Oh, well. Okay, what about Timor? Who was the scout report from Timor? Right, Scouty Neck did him. So we're going to send a Gonzalo round for a bit. Because I think there's something to Timor. But I want to get a proper opinion on it, really. No. It's not the same plan chat. That guy... Well, he must be in his 50s at this point in the save. Okay, so we're getting Jalilu. The Jalilu Lilo. That's a really weird reference, but it's out there now. Club games. I kind of feel like I could probably get away with using that clause, honestly. I probably didn't even offer him that extra stuff, did I? Bit of Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Kids love Metal Gear, solid. Oh, Scouty Neck. I think it's exclamation mark staff, Danny. Scouty Neck is... I mean, tell me that he doesn't deserve that nickname. And I'll call you a liar. I can't remember his name, Hadrian. Because there is some serious neck going on here on Badass. His father was a giraffe, it's true. And you know I love a giraffe. He had to become Scouty Neck at that point. Pushcast still not getting promoted. They're going nowhere, are they? His neck is jelly. Man could actually fit a second head. It's some Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy shit. I'm not looking forward to these matches. Thank God that's after the buy-in game. I love how he's an elite attacking midfielder, yet he's still only managed to get 2 7 caps for Spain. He's filthy. He's probably earned himself another contract extension, honestly. Oh, he's actually willing to... Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, never mind. Sorry, are you joking, Alberto? £42,000? I get you're good and all, but are you mad? I guess he doesn't get a new contract. It's a shame, because it's going to be a shame when we have to sell him in a couple of seasons. Because I ain't paying that. What a name. Ooh, and also, thank you for the follow, Slipline, earlier. I saw it literally as I was ready to go live. Cletus Barfo Aya. Cletus as a first name is absolutely stacked for a start. I once found a player whose name was Cud Joe Bean. Bear in mind, Cud-Joe Bean. I was going to say, have down twisting my elbow so it goes in the opposite direction. Stargate Caps. Oh, for sure. He'll end up going to like Villarreal or something, and then Caps will just be flourishing. Okay, Bayern Munich time. From that there Ghana. I kind of want a hillbilly Ghanaian in the team. We have to find our own Cletus. So Inter and Real Madrid. Oh, interesting. I would love to, if we could get through and we could play Inter, that'd be kind of interesting actually, because last time it was PSG and that just was never going to work. Classy redneck. Oh, that's superb. That's so good. I've enjoyed that. Classy redneck is wonderful scenes. Oh, that's tickled me. That's tickled me pink, chat. I'm going to need a wee now. Redneck. Oh, I actually spelled that right. I wasn't even looking. Could I interest you in Rednetsky? How many bloody Rednetsky teams are there? Good God. It's Redneck Sid here. Redneck Covin, which I assume is short for Kevin. Jesus. Thornton Redbacks. Just loads of Radnitsky. Yeah, no, Villarreal's the actual town that Villarreal is based. I don't know if it's actually called. What town is Villarreal actually based in? Is the town called Villarreal, or is it like one of these things where it's like where are they actually based? But yeah, it's tiny. Oh, it actually is called Villarreal. 134 million value. Wait. Oh, is he your player though? Right. Okay, buy-in. We're getting the Jali Lulalo. Oh. Follow up on my interest. No, I will not be doing that. Cletus. Oh, yeah, we can find our own Cletus. We're bound to. Oh, what on earth have I just typed in there? That's just word vomit. Oh, there's a couple of Cletuses, chat. We've got a couple. We've got... That doesn't count. Clesio... Oh, I wish he counted because he's 17. And that would... We'll scout him anyway. And then there's Cletus Nombil. But those are both real guys, aren't they?
It's good you came.
There are a couple of Cleti knocking about, is what I will say. Fionn Kylie, thank you very much for the follow. Led Labourers. Ah, I see. That would make a lot of sense. Right. MTK Bayern. Okay. They put this right. Oh, they could make us. They could have like a submarine, yellow of course, that's hewn in like a kiln using ceramic. Okay, so I want Castillo, Silva, Tex-Mex and Malero like that, because I feel like Silva off the left is way better. Velázquez Navarro, Abdelnaby Montiel, LMS. come on. The return of LMS makes me feel very, very happy because he is just a boss. He's not scoring own goals and giving away penalties. Patrice, looking at you. What am I doing here? While we're at it, just have a look if they've... So he's a right back. I'm just making sure they've not got any players playing randomly out of position. De Ligt, he must be like 36, no, 34. Okay, he can't be the most mobile of players. They're playing a fullback. Oh, hang on, look at this. They're playing Josip Mikel Batista at centre-back. He's got 7 jumping reach. I could see... De Ligt actually has quite a good jumping reach. Oh, God. Do I take a huge risk? I have a thought. The thought is, we could start Bobby Tree, put Castillo off the left-hand side, because Bobby Tree is vastly better. I mean, he's only got 11 jumping reach, but he is way better in the air than Castillo. And you can have Castillo off the left instead of Silva. I'm tempted, you know. Well, yeah, I'm just thinking that, but also from set pieces. I feel like Montiel might be able to get some joy from set pieces if he can get above him. I mean, obviously, they'll try to put De Ligt on him probably, but I'm just concerned the AI might not set up like that. I feel like we've got a set piece goal in us in this game, potentially. And I feel like Bobby Tree up against them... barely, Mongol, I'd say. I always give myself the highest ones I can, unless I'm doing a journeyman save at the very bottom, because I think with the difference it makes, it's probably minimal. And usually with those types of saves, you need all the help you can get, right? So there's Full of Love. Is he actually a centre midfielder? Yeah, he is. Nicholas is the anchor, by the looks of it. And boy, what an anchor he is. Okay, so it's interesting that they're playing Malik Thor as a... Like... They're playing him in midfield. Rather than... One of these guys... Who's their creative player here? I guess it must be Mbala that's the creative man. They've got Kang and Lee off the left, although... He's got reasonable speed, but he's not like a worldie in that role. Neil Hoskins off the right, who's very, very good, but he can't play off the other wing. And then obviously Full of Love up front. I know, look at us doing pre-game analysis. I guess the reason for that is because we saw what sort of effect it kind of had when we did it before the Chelsea game, basically. So little decisions can come and go like that. Right, so I'm going to have a quick wee, and, well, you know what to do. You know what to do.
I've been dreaming about you. Every night I see you clear as day. It's just something about the way you make me feel. 'Cause I can't concentrate anytime you're beside me. Yeah, it's what you do to me. I can barely breathe. Hey, I've been thinking about you. All the words that I'm gonna say the next time that I see your pretty face. 'Cause I can concentrate anytime you're beside me. Yeah, it's what you do to me. I can barely breathe. It's what you do to me, making my head spin in circles. And how you move, body's giving you purpose. So just quit my job, stop wasting time, spend my days with you. It's what you do. It's what you do.
Correct answer was Wesker. And I know someone got it. I think it was Yolfi. I think Yolfi got it. It is Wesker. Deportivo... No. What was it? Something Wesker. So that's your answer. Now here's your can. Deathstrokes, thank you for the follow. And Clueless Dining Table as well.
600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Record to video quail, but no. Definitely Wesker. God, how do you get to that conclusion, Whoppers? So basically, as well, the plan is, were we to reach Champions League final, what I'd do, because I think this works better, is we'd bundle that into the transfer stream. So we wouldn't do it today, obviously, because, you know, we wouldn't have time to do it properly. And then what we do is we do Champions League final, kind of like what we did with Kishvada, but obviously we'd be playing full match. That's what I think we would do, because that way I could do the recap video still and use it as a lead-in if we were to get there. But that's all very presumptuous of us. We've still got to actually try and get past Bayern Munich first, and that's going to be the difficult part. As Whoppers grabbing that VIP. Wait, what? Unable to add VIP. What? What's happened? Chatto, have I reached my VIP limit? I hope not. Where do I even find that stuff? Christ. I don't even know where that stuff is. Is it viewer rewards? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Thank you for the sub, whoever that was. And that is Paolo Eduardo with the 20 months.
20 whole months of this glorious bastard as his glorious little computer men. Release Gideon in the dressing room and Bayern will run back to Munich.
I'm trying to find out. I don't know where it is. That's my issue at the moment. I'm trying to figure out whether the thing tells you. Usually based on viewership. To unvip someone? I'm trying to find where my list is, and I can't remember. Is it on roles? Content? I just don't even know where it is. Stream? Channel? Yeah, the issue I'm finding is it moderation, maybe? Where do they keep this shit, man? I genuinely do not know where it is. Community? Roles manager. Here we go. You have maxed out your VIPs. Wait, what? Oh, I do have quite a lot. Well, fuck. I didn't realise we could do that. I'm so sorry, Whoppers. I'm going to have to refund your points briefly. I'll try and figure this out. Yeah, it said I've reached the maximum. I'll have to have a look at that off stream. I'm so sorry. I need to pause that particular request as well. For the moment, anyway. I'll figure this out off stream. Because that shouldn't be the case. We definitely should have more than that available to us. Right, where is the reward queue? I normally have it embedded inside... fuck, where's it gone? Our reward crest. Yeah, I'll have to pause that for the moment. Can I get an F for Whoppers? Channel VIP. Pause redemptions. That's very annoying. Ah, dear. Best I can do is a Harold Bishop Ultras. Still the one behind your sword. That might actually work, Inferno, to be fair. I might be able to do that. Also, a shout. I might be able to do that. I don't know if it allows you to have both roles. No, it doesn't. You're only counted as a mod, Inferno. You can only have one role like that at a time, apparently. You can have artist and VIP at the same time. I know, Digital Dog. I was just getting to that. I was just trying to figure this out. Yeah, it gets removed. You can have artist and VIP at the same time. So Bay and Saz, for example, have artist and VIP at the same time. Ah. Right, okay. I will figure that out. I thought we had loads of slots left. I thought we had like 100 of them. But regardless, we will figure that out. We'll have to figure something. Oh, it's just a personal along. I know it's true. So, we'll celebrate the... Well, we can't celebrate that. We'll get ourselves pumped for this game with a Harold Bishop Ultras. I want to see some Harolds here. I want a 5 and a 4 and a 3. And remember, mods and VIPs, sorry, Whoppers, can bypass the spam filter on this. So I want to see a lot of Harolds. And go.
The minute you get up to it, you're dead.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's great and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's great and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
He speaks only facts. But meanwhile... Bit of yoga. Oh, now this is a lovely fetching green. I'm taking Pog shopping next weekend because I need to get some new clothes. My clothes don't really fit very well anymore, and I'm literally running on about 3 outfits currently, and I need to buy some clothes. Which obviously Pog is completely fine with, for obvious reason. It looks good in green, yeah. Skin doesn't so much, but... that's better. You'll have to see it. Vest. I bought... You know I had that yellow vest that I wore in summer last year during the heat wave, right? I wore that yesterday because I wasn't going anywhere in particular and I'd just done a run and whatnot. It is so massive. It's actually ridiculous. It looks like a dress on me. It's insane how big that vest is on me now. Like, the armpit bit comes down to, like, my waist nearly. It's obscene. I would not be able to wear that on stream again. There'd be way too much potential titty flashing going on to buy me things. Yeah! Oh, as if she won't find things to buy. We'll find a way. We'll go get some breakfast. We'll go get some coffee, go to dinner or something. She'll have a lovely old time. I'm just craving dopamine at the moment. I think this is what it was, right? You know how I was feeling a bit depressed than last week because of how I had such a lovely time at that wedding last week? I think genuinely it's because my brain was exposed to actual dopamine for a bit and it went, kind of like this. Can I get some more of that shit? None of this artificial doom scrolly shit. I want some of that real human communication dopamine. And all of a sudden, I'm hooked, so I need to do something. We like that. You don't want that, trust me. Dress stream went. Oh. Well, I'm happy. No, I look father fetching. To be fair, when I went to that fancy dress party dressed as Pog, I wasn't actually wearing a dress. I was wearing one of Pog's outfits at the time. But I did make a very good Pog, is what I would say. We should probably play this buying game. We've been sat here. Players wondering what's going on. Oh. I do apologise, Whoppers, though, for the VIP thing. I didn't realise it was... Maybe I should have had more... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should have it like there's a thing if you're not active in chat for like 2 months, the VIP goes. Imagine bringing that in. Someone's like, I've been at war, Matt. Like, it can't be done. Can't help you there. A bit of that. Did I just press the wrong button? I think I did on some of them, but that's fine. They haven't reacted too badly. Okay. The spin the wheel. Ooh. I just accidentally unvip Pog. Technically, she's not even... Oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's even possible, Ollie. Seriously, I had the best fucking time there. 7 quid for a Champions League type. We're a good club. We're a good club. Oh. Right. Okay. Let's make this happen. Do a Hunger Games with the Vips. May the odds be ever in your favour. Fucking made it. I hope so. Okay. Moment of truth. Will this weird... Well, not weird. Will this surprising tactical... Not tactical, like selection choice work for us or be dreadful? Well, Velasquez is having a good game. Oh, good. Good. That's what we wanted so far. I really, really enjoyed that. That's good. 15 minutes in. Nothing's happened in the game, but we have had an injury already. Finally, Malera's ball in. LMS, 1-0. And would you believe that he was possibly up against that centre-back of theirs that isn't particularly tall? What did I say? Set-piece goal in this game. Who was he up against? Oh, no, he was up against Malik Thor, who is like 6 foot 1,000. Either way, we did get the set-piece goal. And last man standing, LMS does the business. I'd be the capital. I'd be Caesar Flickerman, mate. Good stuff. 1-0. Okay. It is a start. Mod status. No, imagine if we could buy mod. That'd be terrible. This is a good start from us, though. Here we go. Bobby Tree. Right, nice. Now the return pass. Please, slip him in. Malero. Oh, it's a wasteful. That was a wasted shot. Oh, God. Hopefully this isn't a shot. Oh, it is a shot. That's the captain. I'll be fucking Effie or whatever her name is. Not Effie from Skins. Effie from Hunger Games. Different Effie. That's true. Would actually free up some spots. Get entire boss. My left is gone. I couldn't do that here, Zeep. We'll figure something out. Someone could volunteer as tribute. Sticking on the Hunger Games theme. You can tell I watched Hunger Games the other day, can't you? Oh. Okay, this is an interesting bit of play that's building up here. I think he should be able to catch him. Oh, come on, get a foot in. There's 2 of you on him. Don't allow him to get a cross in. Oh, shit. Good tackle. Right, come on, Potier. We need something big out of you here. Oh, that was lucky. Effie, I think Effie's still on loan at Újpest as it goes. Oh, that's a foul. No? I guess we're just going to let that slide then, are we? Go on. Oh, big tackle. Bobby got a bit aggressive on him there. Or was that Tex-Mex? It was Tex-Mex. That's a nice build-up, though. Darla, come on. Ball in. Bobby Tree! Header. Headed goal from Bobby Tree. It's 2-0. It's great when a plan comes together, isn't it, Chato? I don't know who he was up against there, but I think that must have been against the short centre-back. Great ball in from Darla. Batista, and there's a guy behind him too. Delict is there, which means that it has to have been the other one. Basically, he has outjumped the guy we were talking about that's not very good in the air, because it can't have been Delict because he was right there. Bobby peels away. Good stuff. Oh, look at us actually taking this seriously. Luis Santos, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, he's not done well. He's done well there. But so far, we've got the set-piece goal and a header from Bobby. Oh, go on. Surely not. Malero. Oh, Velasquez with the header over the bar, I think it was that time. This has been good from us so far. 2-0 would be a good result. Spawn is into about... Yeah. It's been a good performance from us too. Castillo's not been amazing out left, but he's done well-ish. He's not been bad either. Right, let's see what Bayern can come up with. But 2-0, I would happily take 2-0 right now if we could keep hold of it. Don't foul him. That's not in the box, is it? So that's fine. Oh, dear. Third goal would be very good for us, though. Yeah, most of my Scottish family are Hibbies. Oh, no. Look at this. There's 3 guys here for no reason when they should be marking... Well, we all know what's about to happen. Surprisingly got away with that, and it really wasn't got away with that. Oh, hang on a minute. Castillo. Oh. Well, they did. It wasn't a very good delivery, in fairness. We've also kept Full Love very quiet today, which has been very, very helpful. I feel like there's a third goal in this for us if we keep playing well. Malero. Oh, Tex-Mex. It's a big tackle on Tex-Mex. He nearly broke through again there. I love it when he makes those runs. He's so good at it too. Also, no, LMS. Yet another absolutely world-class performance from him as a centre-back today. Malero, this is where he's so good. Cutting inside and firing those balls in behind, and he's done so again. Keep us out for it for no reason. Holy shit. God damn. Oh, this is a goal. That's fun, isn't it? I like that. That's fun. Literally the first time we've seen Bayern have an attack other than that one corner. Yeah, a whole lot of love the Zeppelin song. I might still get Castillo off, actually, and try Brandon Silva now. Maybe even Donovan. That's frustrating as fuck. Oh, come on, not again. This is a bit too far out for that, I suspect. Get fucked. Oh, yeah, just another one of these games where you can see 2 direct free kicks. That makes sense. Happens all the time. It's the second time that's happened to us with Bayern Munich. I mean, no goalkeeper in the world saving that. That for me isn't on Portilla. It will say it is, but there's no way he gets that. They changed centre-back, did they? I can't believe this shit. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Okay. Because remember when Saboslai did that to us as well? Tex-Mex now, bringing it forward. Slipping it around the corner for nobody. Oh, maybe? Huge tackle on him. Big tackle again. Stuff like that is so irritating. Like, we've been so good in this game. Oh, look at the run inside. Please, Tex-Mex. Yes, it's Brandon Silva! Oh, fuck off! Actually go to bed, FM. Okay. We're not winning this game, are we? So just when your rep just isn't that high. I wonder what Fulham's free kicks are. I mean, presumably he has good free kicks because otherwise he wouldn't be taking them for Bayern. But come on, Malera again. Oh, come on. This is obscene. I hate it so fucking much. Can't we just have a game when we go out? Like last year against Bayern, they were just better than us in the Champions League. And it was so refreshing to go out of the Champions League because of a team just being better than us. It's the same every year nearly. Can't we just win a game where they just score normal goals or lose when they score normal goals against you? We've set up this game as best as we possibly could. I think, oh, hang on, Bobby's through again. Bobby Tree! What have we got to do? Just give me strength. Because we're going to lose like 2-0 at Bayern, presumably. Right, come on. Second phase them. Back post. What are you doing? Oh, I agree with you. I'm sure it does. Watch us now concede off this play. That's off. Oh, no. Good block. Hey, look. He actually caught the ball there. Unfortunately, chat, I think we did everything right. Tactically, we assessed their weaknesses. We exploited their weaknesses perfectly. And then the game just went, no, they're going to score 2 direct free kicks again. The second one was ridiculous. The first one was a guaranteed goal, but the second one, insanity. Well, to be fair, like we were still able to do that because the things we did had the impact we wanted, but it still was not enough to avoid the nonsense that you get, sadly. Yeah, the thing is, we're not winning in Bayern. In Bayern. We're not winning in Munich, are we? Because it's very much home and away. FM in it. Oh, we're going to be without Navarro as well. That's so fucking annoying. It does just feel like every year we get knocked out by the Champions League. With the exception of last year, we seem to get knocked out of the Champions League by the same shit every time, where it's some random nonsense like that, where we just can't score, and then they will just get goals like that constantly. Oh, it's frustrating. Out the Mario Cup final. Yeah, that's a long way away. Bobby Tree did really well. Bobby still should have scored in that other game, though. Like, he had that chance late on, and he should have done with it. What players, whether they go on the pitch or not, like to get injured? I mean, maybe, but the thing is, it's something that you wouldn't like. I wouldn't pay any attention to a feature if that existed. I would just assign to my assistant or whatever, because, yeah. Orlando Pirates. Oh, there might be some good ones here. Oh, wait, why did he not... Why did Makwango? What a brilliant... Better than that isn't a nickname. That's his actual name. I want a bit of Makwango. Not great on the marking, but he's surprisingly all right. Castillo up top. Well, I mean, to be fair, Castillo up top, that was not the issue in that game. The playing Castillo on the left and Bobby Tree for the middle worked perfectly. Like, Castillo not being up top wasn't the reason that 2 free kick goals went in against us, was it? It's just how it goes. We'll see how Bayern set up. Because if they do the same thing again with the same centre-back, I'm willing to do the same thing again. Because it worked for us. And I think it gave us the best chance of creating chances, which is exactly what it did, right? What's Hungary looking like? How do you mean? Ooh. Jack Mill, thank you very much for the 8 months. It's very kind of you, my friend. Well, we didn't gain any curve. Well, we got like 0.2 for that, I suppose, didn't we? No, not even that. France are really back on our tail again now. But yeah, we barely got anything because of that. Because it was just, we get the draw amount. We won 5-0 in the second leg, Octane. So we absolutely hammered them. It does feel like the rep thing is such a huge issue. I don't know if it actually is that, but... I'd love to see if there was a way that you could prove it. Or at least get a lot of data. The problem is obviously higher rep teams, generally speaking, tend to be better, and thus... Would it be kind of interesting? Actually, I'll tell you how you could prove it. Very easily how they prove this, right? You just make 2 different teams in the editor. They have the exact same squad, the exact same players. But you give one 10,000 rep and one 0 rep. And then just keep simming it and getting like 100 different simulations of the same match and just seeing if there's any noticeable differences. Because if you saw a difference in that was beyond like a fractional amount, it would start to indicate that there is definitely a factor there. How do you make bookmarks? So if you go to any screen that you want to bookmark, so say for example Brian here, if you then do Control D, that will basically bookmark it for you. And then you can go into the bookmarks bar at the top here and adjust which ones you actually want to see and stuff like that. Mackenzie Cars. Not a name I've heard before, so I am curious. And wait, am I spelling that wrong? I don't believe I am. So unfortunately, I don't believe they're in my database. Oh, I missed Effie as well. So I'm so sorry about that. Who do they play for? Video potential? Maybe. I've still got some other videos that I haven't finished working on yet. So some stuff. Oh, I could probably just do it myself, you know. Given that it's my job and all that. Probably would just like not give ideas like that to other content creators. Like I've got some other stuff in the Stars game at Celtic. Really? Huh. That's weird. Is he kind of old? Because he should be in my database then, if he's at Celtic. Am I spelling it right? Weird. If he's slightly older, then that would explain it potentially. But yeah, no, I'm still working on the is that 19? In that case, I don't know then. He might just have just got released, to be fair. That does happen. And then if they don't get a club, they just retire, right? Bit of a castle. Capolino. But the reputation thing would be interesting. And it wouldn't be too complex to test, I wouldn't have thought. Okay, I love how this is basically the team I would have played as a backup team anyway. 2 goals for... Ah! Tell me about it, Carl. Tell me about it. I don't know if you saw the last game that we just played. But, yeah, that. We probably could have had more goals. There was chances in that game for us. We had some more set piece opportunities. There was the Bobby Tree goal as well. Why is Lucas in goal? Is that how bad it's got? I don't think Portier needs a rest, to be honest. Missed it. Basically, we planned out perfectly against Bayern, scored 2 goals by exploiting their weaknesses, and then they got 2 direct free kicks. It was basically their only highlights of the entire game. One of them was from like 1,000 yards out. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Just trying to make sure that isn't... Yeah, because it's going to be... Yeah, it'll be fine. Into that one. Oh, it's 4:30, the Brighton Man United game today, isn't it? Because both Premier League games kick off slightly earlier because of the that fact, right? Well, I say they kick off. They're both at 2 instead of 2 and 4:30, I'm guessing. Not that I particularly care. I mean, obviously, I want Brighton to win. 3-0. Capolino with a hat-trick. Nice. Also, our highest ever goal difference in this save. Kishvada win again. They're off the... Do you remember at one point we were like, oh, Vashas are catching up to... Oh, I was going to say, could Kishvada still catch them? They can't. Close, but that's a big win there for Haladash. You should set up correctly. Try a different section to see if it changed anything. True, but they wouldn't be... Oh, yeah, that's true. I might have to actually play the matches, potentially. KX Smith actually have some good players. They've got Nando, remember, and he is no slouch. He's fast. Brighton doing so well. Yeah. Oh, well, looks like we've got to buy a brew for Pretzel. Oh, Christ. That's concerning. 15 and 23 million pounds. So I don't think we can sign Pretzel immediately. I also don't know if it's the right use of our time right now, but I am definitely going to shortlist him again. Oh, he's already on the shortlist. Okay, might be something to revisit in the squad. There aren't any, Tommy, basically. It says there is, but I don't know how that really works, because there's a thing here that says, this is one of my favourite things. Domestic under-19 players are automatically eligible to play in all matches. As opposed to who? Every player is automatically eligible to play on all matches. There are no restrictions on the players, so I don't know what that means. Loads of player instructions, yeah. If you do exclamation mark... wait, no. That tactic's out of date now. I think you're right. Giddy's better. I think Seri goes, Giddy comes in. But I do like the fact that he was called Pretzel. But yeah, we do have player instructions. We've got... Roam from position moves into channels on the striker. And roam from position shoots less often on that. Every other player on the pitch also has shoots left often on. And the RPM has more direct passing. United Trafford. But yeah, to be fair, like when we played them at Old Trafford and we saw how, I mean, United were an absolute joke up until the whole shenaniganery of the whole red cards and all that crap, basically. Like, they had nothing really to offer in that match at all. I couldn't believe how bad they were. I think if that nonsense doesn't happen, even if they score that goal there and Willian doesn't get sent off, I still think we go on and win that game. Because they were not at it at all. Without Casemiro, they are a very different side. I guess without Maguire, at least you could argue there's a positive out of that too, isn't there, really? I think some of these guys might be the type of players that are just going to be stuck in like that cycle for a while. Oh, wow. So this is why we send Gonzalo round to look, because he's now rated Timor as that. Goodish player, but no potential ceiling.
Here's a fun fact.
Gonzalo, once again, wonderful. Great work. Epic FM Gaming, thank you for the follow. Svenningsson. I've still never found a good Jonas Svenningsson since. And what a player he was, though. Do you remember our season? Not really, no. We were kind of on a bad run, ironically, before the Man United game. And it was looking like, oh, we're actually breaking out of that. And then obviously it wasn't. And then we had a couple more poor results, but we've won our last two without Mitrovic. And losing William was not really a big deal. As good as he is, we had other players that could step in and do a great job without him. So that was barely an issue. And we haven't really noticed much difference without Marco Silva on the touchline. So really, no. Besides, Mitrovic is back for the final 3 games of the season, one of which is away at Old Trafford on the final day of the season. That's going to be remarkable. Now, we're up to 45 points now, just kind of chilling. They don't feel like they're on the bench either, which is the bench on the beach, which is kind of sick. Are these just like... Hang on, wait. Has the instruction just been, just type in any random Premier League player? Because that's all I'm getting out of this. Or is this from a specific season? I'm getting a lot of Bulgarians, maybe. It is, yeah. Okay, exactly that. I can read you like a book, Clates. How is stream? How's things going with Worcester? To be fair, I can hardly talk. We, at one point, had this stream for about half an hour. We were just naming obscure Premier League players. We were basically just naming men for like an hour and a half. It was great fun. Ah, dear. It's all just player names in it, yeah. Oh, I know all the obscure footballers. Eric Jemba. God, that's a throwback. Didn't he play for Villa at one point as well as Man United? Or am I being an idiot? Not limited at all. Excellent. I love how our chats are basically just the same people. Pavlyuchenko, Spurs machine there. Macaroni, one of my favourite bald players of all time. No doubt about it. His run with Middlesbrough in the UEFA Cup. Chef's kiss. Aruna Dindan. That's a good one. Love that. Barini, famous for the knife celebration. Khabib Bey. Why did I say it like that? Khabib Bey. Oh, yes, Channel 5. Underrated club football was the coverage of Channel 5. I used to love watching the UEFA Cup on Channel 5 back in the day, especially during that Middlesbrough run. Then they got absolutely twatted in the final. Didn't Freddie Canute score like a hat-trick against them? Joe, yeah. Well, I see that and I raise you Benjani Mawaruwari. Or, as my always go-to obscure Premier League players, Sylvan Legwinski. Because how could you not? Benjani's a solid one. Robinho, but just looking at City players specifically. What about... Oh, God, what was he called? No, he's gone. It's gone from my brain. Obscure players are just fun because there's so many now. There was a video that the Premier League channel put on their YouTube a little while ago, and it was like a goal scored by a player from like every nation. Obviously not every nation, but every nation that had played. Andre Voronin, what a striker he was. I can still imagine his ponytail. Progregnac had like several good games for Fulham. Several being generous. We're not interested in you. Akwasi's not that good. That's a shame. Bruno Ngotti. Ooh, Christophe Dugarry. And what a goal it was, yeah. Oh, yeah, Martina. That was for... hang on. It was against Arsenal, wasn't it? Southampton against Arsenal was the Martina one, yeah? Katja Niklic. Okay, here's one for you. Mumar Tankovic.
Jeff Bezos gave me some money, so here you go.
Thank you, Beyond Ultra. I will take those Bezos bucks. Thank you, friend. We fully hijacked. It's fine. I'm actually totally here for it. Hey, Dan. It's going well, actually. Well, it was going well. We were 2-0 up against Bayern in the last game, and then luckily for the second time in this save, Bayern scored 2 direct free kicks in the same game. So that's good. It was their only 2 highlights. You know how it is, chat. Get rid of you guys. Nader Abbas. Kalou Fadiga. Oh, Fadiga! Could I interest you in Ahmed Elrich? Think about Ahmed Elrich. Australian, I think maybe international briefly. Played for Fulham, but then went to prison on gun charges. If I remember correctly. Dan will back me up on this. Sunji Hai. You and Elman are famous for that one particular goal, which is still a sexy-ass goal, to be fair. We'll get rid of you. We've got a game to play. I like the idea of someone joining now and just wondering what the hell's going on. But seriously, thank you for the raid. That's very kind of you. Lynchy, thank you for the follow. Fulham didn't get a penalty. That's true. Yeah, that would have been... Well, it would have been the Sabot situation all over again, wouldn't it? Elzar. Was he... I'm feeling Wigan out of him. Joby McAnuff. Good shout. I'm feeling McAnuff from the Palace days, but didn't McAnuff also play for Huddersfield? The player naming category is just obscure players. The Kasami goal, of course. I'm trying to think of other random... Chris David. Oh, it was Reading. He wasn't... Yeah, well, not Palace. It was Reading. I think he might have played Palace too, actually. David Edgar. Chris David. I'm thinking Chris David as well. I'm mostly thinking of obscure players that randomly ended up in the Fulham team during our relegation season. And you're like, which relegation season? The one that happened after a long time of being in the Premier League. Was he really? Collins John and John Collins at the same time, obviously, is a classy pairing. Yossi Benayoun. The thing I love about Yossi Benayoun is, didn't he play for like a staggering amount of the top sides? John Joe O'Toole. Wait, he played in the Premier League? I remember him playing for... Wasn't John Joe O'Toole at Northampton Town? Or was he a Liverpool player? Yeah, he also played for like... He was at Arsenal, he was at Liverpool, he was at Chelsea, which is an insane amount of like big sides to have actually played for. Everyone was extremely old. Pretty much, yeah. Bouba Diop, what a guy. God rest his soul. What an absolutely brilliant player. I'll never forget watching Fulham against Man United on my parents' like living room floor, and when he scored that long-range screamer to pull out a 1-1 draw for us. What a goal. How's Zivkovic doing? 20 goals isn't as solid for Zivkovic. Is the loan... I wonder if it's fixed itself. No. So for those of you that have just joined us from Clayton's stream, we have so many players out on loan that the game is now stack overflowed and is actually counting it as negative 122, when actually it should be positive 134 players. But once you go over 128, the game doesn't quite know how to handle it. So that's a new thing we've learned today. And I'll forgive them for not having that particular bug fixed, if I'm honest. I can't imagine they would have tested that. Right, second leg. Oh, Christ, it is second leg. Matt Holland. Because he was in the Irish World Cup squad during the 2002 World Cup, wasn't he? One of my favourite games. He used to always play as Poland. Don't know why. Emmanuel Olisadaba. What a guy. Right. Yeah, I mean, actually, I was going to say something about that, but I can't really say it without doxing myself. Why'd you have something out alone? Because that's the point. With building a nation, we're trying to strengthen the other sides in Hungary, so we've got like 130 players out on loan to other Hungarian sides to bring the whole lot of them up, basically. The fact they played the same... Yeah, it was only one season, I think, when John Collins and Collins John were at the same at Fulham, but my God. Right, hang on. Let's have a look at what Bayern are doing before I make any more decisions. Okay, so they've changed their mind. They're not playing... Oh, what is that system? He's still not the tallest of centre-backs, but he at least is better in the air than their other chap. That's intriguing. They're playing full of love and... Okay, so he's got a strike partner this time. Kangin Lee's in the middle. Malik Thor... They're playing both Thor and Delict in midfield. It feels like their midfield is going to be a little bit immobile. They don't have Shiro, though. Ah, oh, Christ. Even worse than the other... Oh, hang on. They're playing him next to him. Oh, you're right. They've gone for... Moritz Volz was great. Scored the 15,000th Premier League goal as well. Little known fact about Moritz Volz. In that case, we're doing the same thing again. We have to. If they're playing an even shorter defence. Also, notice, look at the average ratings of both of their centre-backs. They are noticeably lower than everybody else. They have played that before, you're right, but it's the defensive situation I'm concerned of. I think Bobby Tree needs to start again. I think we do the same thing again. And just hope that the same nonsense doesn't happen in the second leg. Oh, please. So Seri, instead of, yeah. Jonathan Greening, he played for Fulham for a bit as well. My brain just goes to, did they play for Fulham or not? Dala, MTS, yeah, cool. Bolts was a cool dude. Right, okay, that'll be fine. Yeah, get ready for the rep roll before the game. Yaboa's not on the bench. That's definitely happening. Cool.
Open my own hotel.
Love the streams. Love to have more to watch. I'm sure we have your reasons. I mean, I stream 3 times a week for 4 hours. That's a good, like, 12 hours a week. But basically, the reason is, on the days that I'm not streaming, other than Saturdays, I'm working on the YouTube side of things. So I have to split my time and, like, evenly. Basically. Village, thank you for the follow. And if I stream for any longer than 4 hours, I tend to lose, like, energy very, very fast after that. I have exactly enough energy for 4 hours of, like, hey, you know, line dancing, apparently. Just 2 more. Have I considered getting good? I think is what you're really asking here. Still got the editor bugs for some of my stuff. It looks like an advanced one. Oh! So there's been an update that's actually fixed it. Okay. Intriguing. Maybe we don't have to run it up the chain after all. Okay, and Q Champions League music. Right, I did put Bobby up front, right? I guess we'll find out. Okay, good. John Paintsill. Love that guy. Doing a victory lap after every match. What a guy. I say a victory lap. Like a... Well, I suppose it was a victory lap, wasn't it? Hang on. Why are you annoyed at me? I'm right. There we go.
Do you know if there's a train coming in?
Track on the left side. Yes, we do.
Yes, very soon.
CS19 Gaming. Thank you for the follow. But remember that we have the wings swapping as well. So they all get a chance to play Trek. Portia's still red-faced. To be fair, that doesn't surprise me. He's going to... I guarantee that something is going to happen in this game, and I feel like it's going to be Portia's fault. I'm going for either he comes for a cross and misses it entirely, or a long-range shot is simply ignored and it just goes straight in. Maybe inverted winger is better. Probably all right with what I've currently got, honestly. We are in a Champions League semi-final, after all. I see no reason why I'd want to change that, but feel free to change it in your own tactic. Fits all. One size. What a guy. Right, we move. I think you, in a way, you kind of could. To be fair, if you had the right personnel, that would actually be hilarious. Yeah, they're playing very narrow, which will give space for Dala and Abdul Nabi. And also, with the... It's going to cause a lot of problems for the middle. We are going to have to rely on crosses. But the thing is, because they're going to give us so much space out wide for those crosses, that could potentially help us, because they've got the shortest... They've got a very, very diminutive centre-back pairing today. That's a great pass. Malero's in. Come on. Ah. But Dala's going to have acres of space today. We've got to stretch them a little bit, though. Come on, Alberto. Right, here we go. Set pieces are going to be key for us in this game as well, I would say. Velasco. Oh, no. We could get counted on a little bit from time to time today, I suspect, but that's really good work from Montiel. Oh, good. Commentator's curse, as per. Okay. He does everything right and then just gives the ball away immediately. Good. That's good. It's always good. I love how Dala's pointing like, you should check it. It's like, maybe just check your own man, bud. Well, it was going well. I told you we'd have no luck in the second leg. It's early days. There's plenty of time for us to pull this around. But Montiel's mistake has cost us, as per... Oh, come on, please, Tex-Mex, pull it back. Tex-Mex does it again. Come on. Jose Luis Castillo in with another one. That was really nice. European Golden Boy from FOP. That's amazing. I think we've had one guy get Golden Boy so far in the save. That was really nice football, actually. Just little triangles there. Tex-Mex with a brilliant little pick out for a... Well, I thought he was going to roll it back, honestly, to Malero. But we'll take that, as it's another goal for Castillo. Right, we're back in this. Easy. Plenty of time. Dead even game so far. Oh, God. Right, hang on. They've still got some quite tall players, because their DMs are presumably coming up for corners. Tex-Mex... Yes, that's Marcio Teixeira. Or, sorry, Marcio Teixeira. The guy that got 20 appearances for us and somehow only managed 2 assists. But now that he's playing as a number 10, he's a world beater. I think he's got, like, 14 goal contributions in, like, 10 games. Barwick won... What did he win? I think it might have been top scorer in the Conference League, Barwick won. Oh, okay, we're starting to get a few little openings here now. I'm semi-impressed with us. Malero struggled a little bit. Abdul Nabi's not looking great. But this is okay. We can work with this. Actually, no, I'm not going to touch it. Way too many good greens there. He's looking aggressive. How much do you want to bet we get a red card here? The Brenda, of course, Sven and Lars. I'm still going to turn that off, I think. Open up the play a little bit. Right. Come on. Ooh, okay, Bayern are throwing more bodies forward now. Kamara's had a bit of a poor day. Which would make sense, because Darla's on that side. Right, okay, now that we've got to... Right, okay. Malero's off. He's not had the best day so far. Silva can come in, though. That's great. And I think I want to get Velazquez off, because I don't like that aggressive and on a yellow card at this point. So we'll get Yamin in. Abdul Nabi struggled. Montiel's had a... Well, he got that goal. God, I wish we had Navarro. Or that Ojeda could play deeper. But he can't. It's finally balanced. I kind of want to keep hold of Kontavrakis for the moment. And maybe have him as a substitute for later. Because it does feel like the type of game that he could have an impact. Hang on, isn't Kontavrakis really tall? Maybe he was the option all along. Navarro got injured. Ah, he's only 5'10". But he is remarkably fast. I might wait. I'm a little bit concerned now. Right, come on. Just flick it away. Right, Castillo can bring that down. Okay, that's fine. Nice. Now he can break away. Build it up. Don't overdo it here. Yes, Brandon. Oh, this is good. The fresh legs making a huge difference. Bobby, what a pass. Oh, no. So close. Yeah, Navarro got a 6-week injury right in the first 15 minutes of the last Bayern game. So that's why it kind of went a bit all over the place. Yamin again. Bayern are looking a little bit shaky now. The fresh legs have seemingly pumped us up a little bit now. Castillo. Oh, can he pull it back? Oh, shit. Oh, the huge gaps emerging now. Oh, Jesus. Where were the defenders? Good save, Portilla. That was a dangerous one, though. Scott Parker's obscure. Well, I wish he was more obscure. That's what I will say. That was quite a dangerous chance there. Defendant, innit? Oh, okay. Bobby's not been at his, free-flowing best today. Oh, Jesus. They've left another man open again. Oh, unless we can clear it and maybe get a breakaway? I think I've had enough of Football Manager. I think I've officially had enough of Football Manager. It's disallowed. Holy shit. What was that? As if that was actually going to potentially be a goal. Luckily, there's 4 of them massively offside. But how on earth is he not... Good lord. Right, okay. We are signing another goalkeeper in the summer. I don't care who it is, honestly. I'd actually rather bring back Onwusu at this point. I'm so sorry, Junior. There's no reason why you should be this bad, but you just are. Montiel's been bad. Do you know what? I am genuinely tempted to give them 20 minutes of Moses Jarju and see if the big Moses can make a difference. Second half's not been amazing from us either, to be honest. Big man on campus. Chuck, thank you for the 32 months.
Yo, Umati, over 2 years of supporting your great content and watching some great stuff. I hope you and the fam are well.
Could have put Jorginho in goal, honestly. Thank you, Chuck. That's very kind of you. I'll show you in a sec. The swapping wings thing. I'm going to put more expressive on because we need a bit more creativity. So basically, the way you get them to swap wings, if you go into here and go to player and then select what you want, right down at the bottom here, you can choose who they swap with. Generally speaking, it seems to be every 10 or so minutes. Usually when the ball goes out of play, they'll swap. We found that it can be quite confusing for the AI sometimes. Wait, discard all my changes. Does that mean I'm going to discard the... Let me just make sure I've got that sorted. You'll get Takabat. Okay, cool. That's that. They've got Jarju on the pitch. Everyone should feel better. Now that we've got the Chaos Merchant that is Moses Jarju on the pitch. We have actually improved a little bit in the last few minutes. So it's looking like extra time. Oh, look at this. Where have all those highlights? Or lack of highlights, but someone's created something. We just gained nearly a full XG's worth of goal there. Oh, like a full goal's worth and didn't see a highlight related to it, which is odd. Pacino time. Yes, it is. Can advance forward swap sides. I don't know. I think the only... Bear in mind, you can swap your striker with your DM if you want to. I don't know why you'd want that, but you can do it. They've got McClelland on now, so they've made some changes themselves. They've got Nicholas and McClelland.
Made it in. No spoilers. Gonna be a body to catch up.
Hey, Tony.
Have a good day, all.
Thanks,
Smiley
friend.
face.
It's very kind of you. So yeah, chat. Brian have just brought on a guy called Niall McClelland at centre back. He's 5'9" and has 1 to 3 jumping reach. Man is actually... He can't go on certain rides at Alton Towers. Not because of his height, purely because of the jumping reach. Maybe it is him. Is he short slugs? I don't know. You're right. Bayern are just like, no, we are committed to total football. None of this tall centre-backs allowed in here. No. Long balls into the box. I mean, I am tempted to actually adjust our crossing strategy and turn it off of low crosses and make it more mixed. Just to give them the option in there. They do love a low centre of gravity. True. Right, we'll pump fists because that will get them going. Every time they sign a player, they're just like, are you Lisandro Martinez? But hey, maybe this could be the thing. Also, it makes no sense not to play for set pieces at this point. Because if we could get a couple of extra set pieces, we'll have to come up against McClelland. And it could be enough to get someone like Montiel one-on-one with him at the back post or something. Oh, Jesus. That was a dangerous bit of play. I'm still perturbed that we didn't see any of those highlights for that amazing amount of attacking chances we had. Kontravakis has not done a lot, sadly. Well, the thing is, the reason I didn't want to put it solely on floated is because I feel like if we do that entirely, there's nothing to stop that other centre-back from coming and heading it away all the time. And I don't feel like... I want to still have the option of other things. That's why I didn't want to focus it too much on that. Although I might hit early crosses. Still have to strike it. We could actually. I kind of get the feeling nothing's going to happen for the rest of this match no matter what. We could always swap those two over since they can do that. Maybe Castillo's a bit more boisterous in there. I think that nothing's going to happen for the rest of this game, honestly. And we will then lose on penalties. Oh, imagine. Imagine now. A goal now would probably put us in a Champions League final if we were to score here, I would say. And Kate Kit, thank you very much for the 5 months as well. That's very kind. As Tex-Mex is through. Imagine if Tex-Mex was the one. Oh! Come on! Castillo does the business. Tex-Mex does the hard work and Castillo puts it home. What a brilliant finish. Come on! What a guy. He's done it again. This is a wonderful pass through from Labros. No, was it Castillo that puts the ball through? It was! Castillo played the pass, then gets to the rebound as well. What a finish that is. First time hump. Right. Immediately got him instructions. Watch this get a highlight before I can press it. More disciplined. I would be fuming if we conceded that. Yes, of course. But it's just nice. Considering the goals we conceded in the first leg, I'm probably going to take it. Okay, we just got to see out the next... We've done it again. We're back in the Champions League final. 2 goals for Jose Luis Castillo. Does the business. And we will play in a Champions League final next stream. Come on! Oh, that is glorious. I think over 2 legs, we are thoroughly deserved of that. We got absolutely FM'd in that first leg. So to actually come to the Allianz and get the win, and a draw would have been a more fair result. Oh, no, we haven't won a Champions League yet. We were in a final like 5 years ago against PSG. We kind of knew that if we had any chance of having a good season for Hungary overall, we needed to get to the final, and we have at least done that. So that should at least get us, like, the coefficient. Well, there's not a lot of coefficient points there for us, honestly, because it's so... oh, Adam Bogdan. Is he still in the game? I'm curious to find out now. We'll check the coefficients in a sec. In fact, we'll do it right now. 16.2. We're going to finish above France, which is the main thing. Tom Quad with the 17 months. It is indeed glorious. Yeah, we got the right result over the 2 legs, I would say. And I think in both games, against Chelsea, we were the better side. Certainly in the second leg. 5-0 was ridiculous. You're right, it was a draw. So we've actually got 2 draws, haven't we? But the question is who we play in the final. That is the big question. Yeah, Nice, I think, are still in the Europa League. Or rather, it's a lot to catch up on us, though. They would have to catch up a full point of coefficient. And theirs is going to be... Oh, no, they're behind us, aren't they? Shit. Okay, first things first. Let me just check Adam Bogdan. Out of pure curiosity. Oh, he is still around. In fact, not only is he around, he's the goalkeeping coach as of just now at Budapest Honvéd. 8 teams get European football. I don't really know, Polk, because with us being already in Europe, I really just don't know how that works yet. We've not really figured out how that's going to function. But it'd be... Honestly, I don't know if that'd be a good thing anyway, given that we're in a 12-team league, and I don't really want that many... Plus, it's the dilution that would cost us badly. Because then it would be divided by 8 teams, and we're not strong enough to have 8 teams. I'm the Pope. Yeah, Norway have had 2 amazing seasons back-to-back, and now have just fallen off the map. In fairness, part of that is our fault, because I think 2 of their sides got knocked out in qualifiers by Hungarian sides. Son of the Wind! Thank you for the follow. For some reason, I originally read that as Son of the Wind, and I was like, what's the wind? Okay, we get that sorted, but now, a Harold Bishop Ultras. Chat if you would, and I feel like there wasn't enough Harolds from the previous Harold Bishop Ultras, so I'm going to need a lot of Harold Bishops this time. Chris Needham, thank you very much for the follow. I want to see every Harold Bishop that is under the sun. I want Madge. If you could get a Madge in there too, that would be fantastic. So I'll give you 5 seconds to prep yourselves, really. But I want a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and Harold, take it the hell away.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I get through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream Sundays for me and you.
I get through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream Sundays for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
That was more like it. It's more like it. So, the plan for Tuesday now is I'm still going to do a recap video for it. That's what I was thinking, Black Arrow. But what we're going to do is it's going to be a transfer window, because the problem is, what's always been the issue with the Champions League final streams, when we've had them on previous saves, obviously, is that one after we do it full match, but then you've still got like hours after that. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine it into a Champions League final / transfer window stream. So we'll do it full match, suited up, if my suit's been washed, and then go straight into doing transfer stuff after that, which means I can still make the recap video, and I can also use the recap video as a sort of promotional tool for the Champions League final. So that'd be nice. But the question is, who do we play? Is it Milan? Is it Real Madrid? I love that we've got back to another final. To be fair, we've been creeping towards it lately. Like last year's semi-final, we're a bit unlucky to lose to Bayern. This year, much better. We were nearly unlucky to lose them again. Milan would be so good. I reckon we could take Milan. No, we were in a Champions League final many years ago. I think it was 6 years ago we were in the Champions League final. We kind of fluked our way there with some easy draws / like we knocked out Real Madrid and Liverpool in that run, but we're very, very fortunate. And yes, it is Margot Robbie, yes. Oh yeah, we've got ourselves a Club World Cup spot too, which is always fun. Another 10 million quid. When is the Club World Cup? Oh, it's not for another 3 years, chat. I wouldn't worry about it. I would not be concerned about it. Oh, that's good news. Also, financially, the little run we've been on today has helped us out a great deal on the finances side of things. Just pushing an extra couple of, 10 million quid or so in the bank. Very important to have. Now, we lost 3-0 to PSG in the final 6 years ago. I think it was 6 years ago. We did very well in the Club World Cup last year. We actually lost to, oh Christ, where was it? We actually lost. Yeah, we lost to Flamengo, who then went on and beat Manchester United in the final. So, yeah, it was weird. That was the year that we were in it. So, to give you an idea of how long ago. It was 2029, so it was 5 years ago that we were last in the Champions League final. Next season. Well, there isn't one next season. So, we definitely won't be. We will be in the Club World Cup. We've already qualified for the next Club World Cup. But the next Club World Cup isn't until 2037. So, we will be in that, basically. There isn't another one until then. So with the World Club Cup, does it come to an end? No, the save doesn't end if we win the Champions League. That's not the point of the save. This save has nothing to do, technically, with winning the Champions League. It's about building a nation. That's why I like these types of saves, so it's not just over randomly if you just win a Champions League. Okay, come on, Inter, please. Yes! I mean, admittedly, they were good enough to beat Real Madrid on aggregate, so I don't know what you make of that, but it's going to be MTK versus Inter in the Champions League final. I feel like that's our chance. Just like what happened with Unial. Yeah, because the thing is with Unial, we were just plodding along enjoying our save, and then one season, having never reached past the quarterfinals of the Champions League, we went all the way and won the damn thing. And then it was just done. Yeah, it'll be Paolo Valeri in the final, won't it? Finals in Ukraine. Is it really? Yeah, yes, it is. It's in Kiev. The victory condition of the save is Hungary to number 1. Yes. I mean, obviously, winning it would be great for us still. We definitely want to win it. But it doesn't, like, end anything. It would just be extra cool stuff for us. That's good, actually, because it's actually after the season, isn't it? It's not just, like, in the middle of the year. So we get, like, a nice... We can finish off the season. We can drive to it. True. I think that's going to give us a good shot at winning it. Speaking of, Nisa 2-0. Oh, God. Please, Real Sociedad. Do us a favour, the Saucy Dads. Dark Overlord. Yeah, no. That's why I like this type of save, because we can... I like the victory conditions. Oh, are these Iranian players? Okay. Okay. Yusuf, yeah, fair enough. Majrashi, again, good phys... I suppose they're a little bit older. What about you? Wait, there's 2 guys called Majrashi here. We know enough about him to know that he doesn't have he's not his brother, which is a shame. Although we did have 2 regen brothers earlier in the save. I say as if one of them isn't literally playing for us. Okay. Let's see. I guess we should just like... Wow, are we really that low on strike force? Surely Labros gets to start this one. I kind of feel bad for him, honestly. We'll just sim this one anyway. So we can sort of progress a little bit more. We can always watch the cup final. Actually, I'd quite like to do that, to be fair. Is that the cup? Oh, no, the cup final's at the end of the week. We've just got a random game here. I say cup final. It's on Wednesday. The show will very much continue, but that is useful for us, just given how we've been doing so far. Yeah, just think how bad it used to be, though, with Treaty United. We had that 3 games in a week thing 5 or 6 times a year, whereas we get that, like, maybe once at max. Yeah, conceding a goal there is a bit disappointing, but at least we conceded to a genius. Could have been worse. Probably got some assists, I guess. We're definitely having the best season in terms of goal scoring. We're well ahead of it, in fact. Defensively, though, 11 goals conceded is very good. And only Molfehovar scored more than once. They're only shot on goal too. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, we did have 4 games in a week once with Treaty, which was not ideal. Because Vada are still terrible. Pushkas, they could still get up. And they are actually playing quite well lately, but they probably still won't get promoted, will they? We're going to have Pakshi and Pekshi. I love this. We're going to be losing Giamot and Zuri and replace them with Pakshi and Pekshi. Who was the one out? I believe it was Molfehovar. Oh, no, it was Uipest. Where was it? If I remember correctly, I was annoyed that we didn't win this game. I think this is one I played off stream. Yeah, you can see that it was one of those games that's just shit happens kind of thing, where their goalkeeper has a lovely time. We just can't score. We've had unbeaten seasons, yeah. We've never managed to do a flawless season. Season? It's too much Hungarian speak. Season. Oh, dear. Oh, this is rivals in the game. Maybe they're just not rivals. They're just, like, really friendly or something. Farker. Wait. Oh, I forgot. Isn't Daniel Farker, like, manager of a massive side? Yeah, he's the Liverpool manager, of course. He's got the topics. I love it when they come to you asking for a new contract like this after a really poor performance, or, like, when they've just been kind of average in a game. But I think Bobby does need a new contract, to be fair to him. I wonder if I could actually convince him to pop in an extra 1 year. But have you considered, Bobby, having an extra 1 year? Okay. Okay, how about this? A little bit cheeky on the appearance fee. Okay. But could I interest you in maybe a 1 year extension? What about if I pay your agent loads of money? Well, aren't you really so... okay. In that case, you're not getting a relegation release course. No, go away. What? Alright, fine. I hate that. You put a clause in. They then don't remove anything that you want to get rid of, but they keep the clause in there. If you then try to go, alright, fine, but I'm taking my clause out, they're like, no. Je ne pas robo. You can't do that. Oh, I know who Daniel Farker is. My point was that it was surprising to see him managing Liverpool. He was actually, I mostly know him from Huddersfield. He was manager of Huddersfield, wasn't he? He was the guy that took him up, was he not? Did these get through, or has that just not happened? So Fenerbahce versus Nice. Come on, Fenerbahce. We need another Turkish side winning the Conference League. Was it Norwich? Oh, I was thinking of David Wagner. Yep. I was thinking of another German manager. So much so, I didn't think those games had even been played yet. That's why I just went, oh, it's definitely not happening. So Cologne versus Tottenham. Jesus. It's German teams and Tottenham just dominating the latter stages of the Europa League here. We supporting Spurs in the Euro. Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of are. I still don't think that if Nice win, it matters. I think we just about have enough to stay ahead of France no matter what they do. Disappointed to see Germany do so well, but look at the next couple of years. Like, we get 2 points on them next year. And also, while we're at it, we also get points on Italy next year, and then 7 points on Italy that season. We could get bloody close to Italy. And also, look at that. Like, we gained 7 points on Spain that year, too. The problem is next year, of course. Oh, yeah, bookmarks is part of the skin. It's one of my favourite things about the skin. It's just so much quicker to just nip down here in case I want to show you this random stadium with some people on a park bench, you know? It's important to know. No, I think we can still catch England, but it's a case of England are not our issue right now. England is a case of we'll focus on England when we can get into like second place. Yeah, the diluted points totals could be what holds us back potentially next season as well. Yeah, good point. So we've got that, then that, then that, and then it's a 2-week break for the cup final. Yeah, I think this works better with starting the transfer stream with the Champions League final. It does mean that at the start of the video, I'll just be like, so we're in the Champions League final. If you want to see how we got here, watch the rest of the video. If you want to come watch the Champions League final, switch off immediately. I'll be raiding from my own video. No, with Ireland we got to third in the end, but it had all sorts of issues with the save that meant that I think if we didn't have those issues, it could have gone further. But also, Tex-Mex now up to 4.5 stars. I mean, he's now played 11 games as a number 10, and he's got 15 goal contributions. So with Ireland, the third was still very impressive from us. But the biggest problem with Ireland was the fact that the nation has a hard-coded, essentially, not hard-coded, you can edit it in the editor, but we didn't know, transfer preference, which means that most of the time the clubs will only sign players from either sides or sides from the UK. So they were often signing really expensive players from like England and Scotland, but not making really good cheap picks from like Brazil. Whereas Hungary, by default, actually doesn't have a transfer preference. So our Hungarian sides in this save are just picking up players whenever they want, and it's brilliant. Pumpkin, thank you for the follow. The other problem with Ireland is that because I started that save the day the game came out fully released, there were some bugs in the game that were not able to be fixed, that weren't fixed properly. For example, despite us having ridiculously high rep and being one of the best teams in Europe, we'd still have random players from like a lower league African side being like, I don't want to join you at this stage in my career. And I know it was a bug because what I did was I made a new save about 4 months into the save. Like, got myself to the same point using like some stuff with the editor just so I could get the club to the same period. And then it was suddenly fine. You could sign all these players. So it was obviously something that was in the release version of the game that completely fucked it, basically. It meant that we could never get dibs on good players a lot of the time. He'll get a decent valuation when someone's interested in him, but because no one's interested and there's no bids on him, that's the reason, basically. Carlos Bocanegra. Love that guy. From MTK2. Maybe. I hadn't thought about that in further, but it might be the case, yeah. Potentially. But that's why we've seen so many cool players being signed from like Brazilian teams by the other Hungarians. And there was the Giga Chad Notes thing as well. Yeah. There was a lot wrong with that save, sadly. Luckily, Hungary has been a breeze for that kind of stuff. It's so good. Turkish players play for Fulham. Not so much players of Turkish descent. So we've had, for example, Kerim Fry, who was Swiss, but I believe he was of Turkish descent. I think if there have been any Turkish players that play for Fulham. I'm not sure. I think the closest might have been Kerim. Maybe back before. I mean, surely at some point there have been Turkish players, but colleague Kazim Richards, no, I don't think Kazim Richards was ever at Fulham. I love the story about Kazim Richards' name. About how Kazim was supposed to be his middle name, but it was like messed up on his birth certificate. Well, that might be completely apocryphal. Okay. We can kind of play whoever we want, can't we? Tex-Mex, you know what? No, we're going back to our best foot forward here. Just finished watching that stream. Really? Oh, How many? I do find it funny just how many views that VOD has, considering it's just a random VOD in the middle of a save, and it's got like 4 times the number of views as all the ones around it because it's the binner stream. Admittedly, I have actually nearly sat through the entire thing multiple times as well. I'll go back and watch that clip and just end up watching the rest of it while I'm working sometimes. And I sort of sat there thinking to myself, you know, you're all right at this sometimes, Matt. Was it? No, I think he went for Derby, didn't he, Kazim Richards? If I remember correctly. This isn't the cup final, is it? Don't know, Raphael, honestly. I really just don't know. Maybe? It's hard to say. I feel like if there's any chance of doing it, Hungary is probably our best bet. I'm trying to think if there's any... The only way that it could be slightly easier would be obviously starting further up, but that's not as fun as Tex-Mex comes off the bench anyway. He cannot be contained. He was starting the name. What am I on about? Okay, so at least that's now wrapped up. So we are going to be missing Kujvada from Europe next year, which is not ideal. Newborn a last name, basically. Huh? Well, I mean, that's how you do birth certificates, isn't it? You have to put the name of the parents on there. I don't know. I don't know the story. That's just what I heard. Well, to be fair, the Irish League, as far as I know, is still messed up. Even now, in the latest patch, they still haven't added a team to the league that's literally been in the league the entire time. As far as I know, Kerry still aren't in the game, which is mad to me. But yeah, I was very concerned when I saw that Treaty weren't even in the beta. Turkish international. Oh, is he really? For some reason, I thought he was Swiss. Maybe he was born there or something? I don't know. I was about to search his name as if he'd ever be in the game. Yeah, the problem is Honvi don't appear very often. So, maybe. Maybe. And it's about time we finally got Debrecen some European football. It does concern me that they... Oh, God, I don't want them to be in the Champions League, though. Actually, having Molfehavar in the Europa Conference League might not be the worst thing. Oh, really? The second season? Oh, that's why. So it's like a... That seems weird, though. Because is it just because of when your start date is, maybe? Actual senior team that's supposed to be. Oh. That still seems really stupid. Kasami. Patim Kasami. Yes, that's who I was thinking of. For Switzerland. Ah, so I was... Right, I knew there was some Swiss in him. Sort of. This is where I pretend I knew that all along. There's no memories of parents. True, yeah, I don't know. All I know is that's the story I heard, and let's be honest. It's most likely entirely apocryphal. Scouting update. Anyone interesting in here? Ooh, not sure. Oh, that's the guy from... Wait. Has it been that long? I identified this guy as a potential signing for us a very long time ago, I think. Right. That Porto guy is very good, as we suspected he would be. Yeah, Jürgen Sorga doesn't seem to be ever getting any scouting knowledge. Some Swiss in Toblerone. Maybe a little bit of cheese on the side. Since we're getting pushed for time, I'll just send these guys around again for the moment. We can deal with them later. I'll send Gonzalo, have a gander at them. Formation, we just use a 4-2-3-1, but we've been experimenting with, like, we use our switching wingers, and we've got a poacher, but we kind of use a poacher like... Basically, what we've done is we've got a poacher and then made him into an advanced forward using the poacher and using instructions on a poacher. Because for some reason, when we play him as an inside forward, he doesn't do the things we want... Sorry, he doesn't do advanced forward things very well. So we kind of just reverse engineered a role with a different role. Because reasons. And obviously have the Trek on the left-hand side, but these two swap over as well. It seems to work nicely for us. Change that to poacher. Oh, you just so what we basically, our poacher now has roam from position and moves into channels. It just does like it doesn't entirely make him play like an advanced forward, but it kind of gives you some of the same benefits of it without him actually not working very well as an advanced forward. But it seems to work. The striker role has become a lot more gooder. It has become ingoodened as a result of this change. And therefore we take it. Kujvada with a late win might see them finish as high as 9th. Why Trek on the left? Why not? Because we wanted to try it out and it worked. So we kept doing it. I wish I had some in-depth football discussion that said, well actually, I really like the fact that the Trek has these specific roles and things. I just don't have that. We put him in there and it worked and we like it. That is all I have for you, unfortunately. Inside winger is better. Then play one. What do you want me to do, bruv? Like, if you like it so much, why didn't you marry it? I'm just like, you know, I'm happy with our current tactic. We're in a Champions League final. Like, what do you want me to do? Jesus Christ. How's it going, Joe? Like, if you love it so much, play one in your save. Crack on. Ah, dear. But yeah, so the reason we have one of the other things we originally changed when we moved the Trek here was we actually used to play the RPM on the left hand side, but then we swapped them over because we were also realizing that it was getting a little bit overloaded with 2 attacking roles on this side as well. But yeah, I mean, hey, play the game however you like. It's a single player game. Playing already, good for you then, mate. So my point being, maybe just, you know, concentrate on that. I like it personally, greatest, but it took some coming round to for me to actually get used to it, because we were using originally inside forwards on both sides. Then we tried all sorts of different options, essentially. Anchors don't press play a DMC. Oh, my life. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to point you towards the Champions League final that we're in, and then we'll, like, what do you want me to do? Just want to give an idea? I know, but you've given the idea several times, and each time I've gone, I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing, actually, as it goes. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, it's fine. You want to play that role, you crack on. You have the best time with it. I'm quite happy playing what we're playing. I feel like this would make more sense if we were, like, losing all the time, but we're, like, not. Anchor does a perfect job. Anchor is brilliant alongside an RPM. I've loved it every single step of this season's match engine. I've enjoyed it so much. Anchor is a really good role this year. One thing I will say about anchors, though, if you are going to use an anchor, don't be surprised when, despite every possible instruction on him saying that he's going to sit there with an anchor, if he just randomly rocks up on the edge of your penalty area sometimes. False goalkeeper is very true.
Here's a fun fact.
It is. My hate of Italy does. It's true. It's very true. I'll do my best, Idric. And truth be told, those things would probably work just fine, honestly. Fine. But that's, you know, that's not the tactic, is it? The greatest. Thank you for the follow. Bear in mind, we always talk shop. We came up with these ideas together in general. Like, well, the whole reason this tactical situation came about was because we were knocked out of the Champions League, and we decided that the rest of the league season we were essentially going to spend as like a tactics incubator trying stuff out. And it was brilliant because they really do. Yeah, they actually do. I've seen the anchor. We've seen anchors score like goals from inside the opposition's penalty area. But it was done through just us working together. Like coming up with ideas, trying stuff out. That's to me isn't even backseating. It's just randomly when you'll just people say, oh, you should do this instead. It's like, I'm all right. And actually, I don't even mind that. And you know I don't. It's usually when I will be like, no, it's fine. We're quite happy doing what we're doing. And then they just persist with it. As if, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat, chat. You can't skin a cat without breaking a few omelets. That's what I've been told. Polatron Mark, God, he's... Oh. I wish he was just that little bit better. But goddamn. Use a round dot. We did try a round dot for one game, if you remember correctly. No scouting regions. I couldn't possibly tell you because I haven't scouted regions in about 5 years, honestly. Because I've just found it to be extremely ineffective. I'm not being serious. I just talked about breaking an omelette. How serious can a man be? To be fair, there was logic. It was mostly, I think it was Anarith's idea was the Trek thing. And then we just tested a few things out and we just really liked it. At one point, we even had a system with 2 advanced playmakers out wide. Which was not very effective. Imagine. Lost the match. Which match, Maris? I'm trying to think of the last time we did lose a game. It might be the... Have we actually lost today? Oh, no, it was the... Yeah, we lost against Chelsea. Bayern. No. We didn't lose. We beat them. We beat them at the Allianz. Castillo scored a 119th minute goal. With Tex-Mex went through. So we are in a Champions League final again. We were just discussing why I'm wrong. Mwazilla, thank you very much for the follow. And Sam Fishweek. That's very kind of you, friends. If you have come over from Clate's Rage and you've enjoyed my... I would say sass, but that's not really true. If you've enjoyed everything except that, then drop a follow. I promise you it's barely worth it. I'm sometimes okay at the game. It's cold. I don't mean to backseat you, but have you considered putting a jumper on? Jumpers are cool. Final on Tuesday, yeah. So Tuesday's going to be final / transfer window, which is going to be poggy ass stream, honestly. But if a Pog to tell us why. I mean, to be fair, if anyone could find a reason why I'm wrong, it's Pog. She could do it. Particularly after I made some quite sensible tactical decisions again today. Look at me go. Do you remember last time? When was it? Was it last season when we were playing against Manchester City and I was getting backseated to hell and I just stuck with it and went and explained exactly why I was doing what I was doing, and then we managed to win the game with 10 men because I didn't make the change? I do like having that occasionally happen. Status of the save right now, Mozilla. So basically, where we're currently at is season 12, I believe it is. Wait, season 12? It must be. Season 11 or 12. I think it's 12. Currently, we're 5th. On the hunt for Germany, but they've had a really good year. We've been a bit average this year. Despite us being in the Champions League final, we have actually done quite well this. The rest of the Hungarian sides let us down a bit. So what we're desperately trying to do is not get beaten by France. That's basically our big goal. This is to avoid that. But so far, so good. We're making pretty good progress. I've had some, like, really good seasons. Still not won a Champions League ourselves, but we're getting there. We're not actually going to have time for this game, are we? I'm just going to save it here, because the football's about to start, and I didn't want to overrun for once. I would say it's surprisingly good for 12 seasons. Yeah, we've done well. I think what's really helped is the last 2 years of getting 19-point season and a 20-point season. We weren't expecting to get France. We went from Portugal to France in like one season, which we were not expecting. Other finals, it's Fenerbahce versus Nice, so big up Fenerbahce, hopefully. And then FC Cologne versus Tottenham, so I guess big up Tottenham, because we want Germany to drop as many points as possible, for the moment anyway. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. Isn't it nice when everything just goes your way for once? So that's kind of the situation we're in right now. Anyone attack? I mean, to be fair, I'm totally on board with the idea that a Shadow Striker would probably be better in terms of goal scoring, but I feel like he would offer less as an overall part of the build-up, and I like the balance of our team, honestly. Was our Capital One. So basically, when I was doing the prep work on Friday for the Career Resurrection video for next week, I had to reinstall the name fix because there were so many things wrong with it at the start of a new save, and I knew that I'd get stuff about it in the YouTube comments, so I was like, right, I should probably change this. Looking forward to doing that, though. So, let's find someone to raid. I've had a really nice time today, particularly as we've done really well. It's weird how you feel a lot better playing FM when things are going well. Yeah, Capital One didn't agree with the sponsorship deal. I know exactly who I'm sending you to. We're going over to see Big Gav. I don't know why I did that in that accent, considering Gav is not... But that's fine, too. Oh, dear. We're going to send a lovely group of people over to see Gav. So I guess what you need to ask him is, has he ever considered an inverted winger? That's what I want you to ask him. He'll love it. He'll definitely not be mad at me for that. Gabby redneck, innit? So, Tuesday, big stuff. We've got Champions League final and transfer stuff. I am very much pumped for that. So, thank you so much for joining me today. Today has been really, really fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the FA Cup semi-finals and all that other goodness. And yeah, I'll see you lads and lasses on Tuesday. Hold your gun. Capybara. Go annoy Gav.